What's going on? I am Nando.
And I'm TJ.
Hey, what is... Hold on. Oh, I'm Diggins.
And this is Mostly Nitpicking, a podcast where we talk about looking exclusively at the details. This week. This week, it's a Marvel thing. It's the Marvel thing of this week. One of them, I guess. If you don't count the Spider-Man show, we're talking about, what is this thing called? The Captain America Brave New World.
It's a Brave New World.
The new one. It's a Brave
Captain
New World.
America New World Serpent Society.
No. It's a, yeah, well, I mean, we'll talk about that too. But it's going to be very exciting. I'm assuming we'll have a lot to say about this movie because it's so great. So I'm just going to jump right into it with news. You guys, he's back. Kevin Spacey. He has a new video. I don't know if you guys saw it.
Oh God.
No!
I heard that there was a new Kevin Spacey video, and I refused to look up more about it.
This is the worst thing of 2025.
Listen, we love Kevin Spacey
category.
videos because they're insane. For people that don't know, Kevin Spacey, actor, what was he on?
House of Cards.
House of Cards, American Beauty, Seven, Spider-Man, or not Spider-Man, Superman Returns. What's the weirdest thing he's in? No, that's the other one.
Glenn Ross.
Oh, Glenn Ross, yeah. And
Who was in the Blacklist?
James Spader.
You're the one who said that.
Well, Nando said that was wrong.
Yeah, no, it's James Spader. If you're thinking
James
of like
Spader.
the main Blacklist, yeah.
Yeah.
Wow, James Spader's going to sue us for you mixing him up with Kevin Spacey.
No. I loved him as his iconic characters of Ultron and that guy in The Office where the seasons were bad because Steve Carell left.
The Lizard Man. What was his name? Robert California. And then...
Oh, yeah. That was... Yeah.
He was also... What was his name? He was like... I remember it because I didn't watch that much of Blacklist, but I watched a little bit of it because of all the billboards. And he was called like the concierge of crime or something.
Ooh.
Yeah, that was his like bit, was he could call any criminal and help you do crimes. I don't know. It was a very weird show. But anyway, yeah. So what's his name? Kevin Spacey, just incredible presence all over media. And then at some point in the past, he allegedly did a bunch of bad stuff. And then he got in trouble for it. But instead of being canceled like a normal person, he made little videos on his YouTube channel in character as this guy from House of Cards and yelled at us for not loving him enough. And it was insane. Now, he had a new thing that these used to come out on Christmas, by the way. These were a Christmas family tradition. On Christmas Eve, we would all gather around and watch the Kevin Spacey threat video.
Every year in the Nando household, they would really gather around the crackling fire, and Nando would put on the Kevin Spacey video while they sipped their hot cocoa. It was a joyous occasion.
I do think last year he might have done an interview with Sean Hannity in character as Frank Underwood.
Yes, and he like endorsed Trump, right?
Of course. It sounds right online for... I mean, I don't remember. Kevin Spacey
Maybe
feels
he didn't, but Hannity really bought into like, and now someone who really thinks they should be president. Like, I don't want to go on a whole Sean Hannity rant because who has the time? But this motherfucker, man, can we be done with him?
No,
I'd take anyone else. I would take.
Can't be done with any of them.
I would take the reanimated corpse of Rush Limbaugh. I'd take him at this point.
Well,
he'd probably join the resistance.
You know, it's probably
like,
coming.
He's like, I'm woke now. He'd be like, I love woke.
Maybe, I guess. I don't know. It depends on which, where he went, and then what that experience taught him.
Yeah,
in the
right.
afterlife.
Yeah, I guess if he comes back screaming like hell is real and I was there, maybe he's had a change of heart from that.
But then he would still see like, a sign that says like trans rights are human rights and go, I can't get on board with these guys either. I'm just not for anybody now. And then go right back to hell. Cause it's too woke. We poisoned the well. Stephen A. Smith told me that the other day. Because
Stephen, you mean presidential candidate Stephen A. Smith? Oh,
potentially. I know. It's crazy because,
we're the problem because Things are so crazy that we're allowing the idea of him being president to exist. So it's our fault.
Yeah.
Us specifically?
Yeah.
We've had him on the show many times. We're friends of Stephen A. Smith. So
that's true.
If anything, we've enabled him. I do think the one thing about Stephen A. Smith that I think is so funny is he just talks and talks and talks and talks and talks and like yells and stuff. But the time when I saw him asked if he wanted to be president or if he would run for president, he gave the quietest answer I've ever heard, which was like, I've thought about it, sure, but like I wouldn't do it unless my country needed me to. And then what man wouldn't do it? And so that means he's like had to write this line down and practice it in front of a mirror. So he's definitely run for president. Him, The Rock, all the celebrities can do it.
What man wouldn't do it?
But he's if I remember correctly, Frank Underwood was a Democrat from, I want to say like Georgia or something.
South Carolina.
So South Carolina. Yeah. So, he'd have flipped by now. He'd be our new Kirsten Sinema or whatever. And, that's just great. But anyway, he did a new one of these, and it's not in character. So A, not as fun. But B, specifically, he is mad because co-star in LA Confidential, a movie Diggins watched recently and recommended, Guy Pearce said that he harassed, Kevin Spacey harassed him. And Kevin Spacey made a video where he said that Guy Pearce is got to grow up and stop being such a baby and lying about me, Kevin Spacey. And specifically cited, if you hate me so much, why did you come hang out with me once? Checkmate. That's like Exhibit A. It was just a year later and I was making a movie and you came to that movie. So I don't think I actually could have done anything to you. I guess my question is, you think he's going to be the new Kang? We're going to new Kang, maybe, Do you think there's time?
No, it's Jonathan Majors. It's got to be Jonathan Majors at this point, I think.
Perhaps.
Like, Disney can't capitulate to the woke mob just because he beat that woman. Doesn't mean...
Or whatever, allegedly. But, I mean,
Disney literally ended all of their DEI efforts, so yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Listen, forgiveness is all encompassing. And no matter how recently a person did the thing, no matter how much they haven't even admitted to it, let alone apologized or tried to make any restitution, no matter how much they are still actively doing the thing and are completely unrepentant, we have to just forgive them and let them be in charge of the government again.
Absolutely. And by the government, you mean the Marvel Cinematic Universe movies,
you mean the
is what you're talking about. Kang, the government of time, I guess. The sacred time.
Oh,
yeah. But I think the thing you forgot, DJ.
Yeah.
Is he governor or president? I would say he's like emperor or something, right? He's a conqueror, so feels emperor to me. But DJ, the thing you're forgetting is Kang in the comics traditionally white. So this, in fact, is DEI. And Jonathan Majors, while he maybe would get revived into the MCU because of wokeness on one side, it's a double-edged sword. So that's why I think Kevin Spacey is the only option. And Guy Pearce is not in the MCU anymore. He exploded. Yeah. So that's just what we're going to do now.
That's true.
Wow.
I know.
What a great point, Nando. What a great point.
You know what, though? In a world where none of this happened, he'd be a good Kang. I'd be into it. If Kevin Spacey was just Kevin Spacey from the past who didn't do this stuff, I'd be very excited. But
I believe the problem is Kevin Spacey from the past did do this stuff. We just didn't learn about it for a long time.
Much further back in the past, childhood or something. I don't know. Whenever before it started. And then, if I could, if I could go back in time, there's a lot of stuff. But
if you could turn back time.
If I could turn back time, yeah.
If you could find a way.
That Deadpool said that in one of the Deadpool movies, right? They did like a Cher. Weren't they really into Cher in that second Deadpool movie?
Dude, you could tell me anything about the second Deadpool movie and I would believe you.
Kevin Spacey plays Deadpool. Were we
talking about a song or something?
Yeah. Oh, so it's a common misconception, but yeah, that is a song in Deadpool that was written for Deadpool. And then Deadpool took it back in time and told it to share in a conversation.
That
so
makes
technically,
sense.
Right.
it wasn't originally a song, but it kind of was. It got bootstrapped into existence.
Like how Weird Al wrote the song Fat, and then that young up-and-comer Michael Jackson stole it with his song Bad.
Yeah. That part was funny of the movie. I like that. But yeah, you guys, wow. America.
I know, right? It's,
No.
I just can't wait. Can't wait.
Can't wait for what?
At this point, probably the asteroid. That is coming.
Yeah,
2032.
the odds are up.
0.1% or something.
Yeah, but it was like 1% like a couple days ago. So it's tripling in probabilities.
So DJ saying bet on the asteroid to kill President
Diamond Hands. Get the asteroid. Don't be a sucker. You know what to do.
There's literally no safer bet than against the asteroid hitting the Earth. Because if it happens, you're not going to have to pay.
It's not a planet destroyer. It's a city.
Yeah,
so it's
not that bad.
Yeah, it's
most of the Earth is water tickets. I don't know if you've heard this, but it's a lot of water in that Earth, So
a lot of water.
Well, maybe not by 2032.
That's true. Yeah, it'll probably be maybe even more than before.
Yeah, would it be more water? I think we'll have more water.
Or will it be a lot of water on land as well? I don't know if that counts as ocean, but yeah. And you know what? Maybe we'll have a big old giant guy in the middle of the ocean, and we'll all have to be like, "Haha, that's a guy, isn't it?" It's part of the thing now. Finally, everyone can stop complaining. Yeah, everybody get all the nations, the 4 nations together. You know which ones, and then we'll get to business.
Well, we'll talk about it. It's an interesting choice of 4 nations. 2 of them, I'm like, okay, they're like kind of there, but one of them, I don't know.
I'm like, go for it. You shoot your shot, France. Like, this is all you, baby. I don't know what made you think this was, but maybe, you can't win if you don't buy a ticket. That's what I say to all the nations vying for control of the rock. Yeah, but so yeah, Dwayne? Kevin Spacey. No, not Dwayne the Rock. Although, I mean, no nation could control him, even though he did say he was going to run for president and he didn't do it. What do you think he could have won 2024?
I don't know. I think all the will they, won't they president stuff is like very dubious.
Oh, do you think he would have fucked him? Do you think they would have had like a sexual connection? Like a Ross and Rachel will they, won't they thing? Because that is something else. That's a different story. And The Rock traditionally doesn't do that in movies and shows, but maybe he's saving it for a real life presidential campaign.
But much like Ross and Rachel, he also dragged it out for way too long, and most people lost interest.
Mm-hmm. And they're like, let's get on to the real star of the show, which we'll get to at a certain point. But before that, we got to talk about this week's movie. Because speaking of living in, I'm sure as Frank Underwood has said at some point, a brave new world. Let's talk about Captain America: A Brave New World. The fourth one, which is the movie of the week. Came out last week, but it's still the biggest movie. If you don't count that one from China, that's the biggest movie ever. You guys seen anything about this?
No.
Oh, okay, so there's a movie in China that just became the highest grossing animated movie of all time. And it didn't even release in America. Like it just totally beat Inside Out. It's called I don't know what it's called, but it's part of their Monkey King, I think, series. It's the second one of them.
Journey to the West.
No, it's similar probably story, but that's not what the title is. I don't remember what it is. I'm sure if I look up box office,
it's about Sun Wukong.
I would imagine. Let's see what this movie is called. It would be Dogman. No. See, why does it give me worldwide box office, but it doesn't have this one? Because this one's the number one. Maybe if I just do international and just do China. Okay, it still doesn't have it. I guess it hasn't updated yet. No, because this is like...
Oh, or Nando hallucinated an entire Chinese movie.
No. Totally a thing. My record breaking... it's called, Ni Jia Tu. Chinese animated adventure film. And according to this, it has grossed is the highest grossing animated film of all time, beating Inside Out 2. And I think it's The Monkey King. I'm not sure. Yeah. No. Oh, sorry. Not Monkey King. Is a legendary Chinese warrior a child warrior from Chinese mythology, depicted as a rebellious deity who defies fate to carve out his own destiny. So he's like a demon or something. There it is, like a, mythological figure kind of thing. They have made Monkey King movies that have done quite well in China.
Well, Journey to the West is a very like foundational story in China.
Yeah, it's their Captain America basically. So like obviously those movies are gonna crush it. But
it's Dragon Ball.
They made that video game.
It's true.
No. Diggins. Dragon Ball is a Japanese anime. Don't be
Dragon
racist.
Ball was originally pretty much a total riff on Journey to the West, is what I'm saying.
Diggins, you're racist. It's a Japanese anime.
Nope.
You got to stop with this. They're gonna come after you.
The thing I'm saying is true. Goku is based on Sun Wukong. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, and Goku was written by a Japanese man. This is Diggins. This is embarrassing. This is.
So I don't watch.
It definitely is, DJ, for somebody.
This is atrocities.
This is.
Yeah.
Well, I don't watch Dragon Ball Z, so I don't know. Where are they from in Dragon Ball Z? Do they have like an America and stuff, or is it all just
Earth.
made up places? Like,
it's like fake. They're from Capsule Corp. Like,
They are from Earth, but yeah, it's not like there's not like America. It's all just sort of vaguely reminiscent of Earth, but like also there's talking animals and stuff.
Yeah, they live wherever Capsule Corp is incorporated. Kami House, that's where they live. Like,
hell yeah.
Also, then they go to the tower in the sky where Kame is, which is different from Kame House. Two different things.
Well, it's Kami and Kame, different.
Okay, Diggins, they're gonna come after you.
Wow.
For knowing the pronunciation of Japanese words?
I just can't believe it. Never before.
Hopefully Captain America is there to save Diggins from the Japanese. Well, actually, he doesn't fight the Japanese people. He fights the Americans in the dogfight. So,
That's true.
Yeah.
There's no safety for you, Diggins. You're not off the hook.
Because the Americans are going to come after you hard.
But anyway, yeah, this movie made $1.4 billion. And
that's good.
Yeah,
that's a lot.
Pretty
of money.
Insane. I've been waiting for one of these, like a movie exclusively released in China that makes more money than any other movie, because it's gonna,
I mean, there's always one of those on the top 10 at the end of the year.
Yeah,
if not two.
And I feel like this is maybe, I don't know. I mean, 1.4 million is gonna be tough to beat this year, right? Although, like, I don't know, Superman, maybe Zootopia. Like, there's some movies that could maybe do it, but I don't know.
What'd you say the name of this movie was?
Nezha 2. Nezha 2.
Because now you're talking about it. Yeah, that's playing at my theater. It's in America.
Oh, okay. Nice. Way to go. Did it take one of the 8 Captain America spots in your theater? Because
possibly.
My theater is all Captain America's spots, and maybe not as much now. Although, it did pretty well. So, who are we to judge? Well, we're going to judge it. So, we're the judges. Speaking of that, this movie, Captain America: Brave New World. Who's the judge at IMDb for this baby?
It's a Diggins.
It's a me, because when DJ said the thing about the Air Force One summary that it like had a weird split focus, I was like, that means they talked about the vice president. I was right.
Now, don't use that logic in this movie, because vice president maybe exists, but we'll never know.
Maybe, there was a brief moment when I thought it was somebody who showed up, which we'll get to.
I mean, we'll get to it, but you're not super far off.
Anyway, yes. So for those of you who may be new, a phenomenon I'm not sure actually happens. I don't think we get new listeners. But anyway,
doing the Marvel
we
ones,
like to play a little game around. What?
We do in the Marvel ones. That's about it, though. So,
Oh, so you might actually be here now, new listener.
Welcome, new listeners.
Oh, welcome.
We play a little game around here called the IMDb B as in spelling bee, or summary, according to some people.
Yeah, some people.
But this game is where my two esteemed co-hosts have to try to guess what the IMDb summary for this movie is. Now, you might be asking yourself, where does IMDb get those summaries from? Well, I'll tell you. You know how half of all the chip bags you buy are full of air?
Yeah.
Sure.
So they say that's, for packaging purposes and so the chips stay whole in like transit and all that, right? But what they don't tell you is that's all bullshit. And actually, the reason is because every chip manufacturer in the world sends half their chips to John IMDb at IMDb headquarters.
That's cool.
Yeah, so that he can make mixed party bowls of all the chips in the world, like his own personal Chex Mix of just chips. And then every week he takes that big bowl of all the chips that he's gotten together, and he dumps it on the carpet and forces the interns to clean it all up. And he makes sure to do it in a carpeted room. No hardwood. It's got to be as hard as possible.
As soft as possible, really, if you think about it.
Well, the floor has to be as soft as possible, so the task is as hard as possible.
Right.
Yeah, I think he even had shag carpeting installed in one room at IMDb headquarters just for this.
I don't want to
stylish,
talk in a term, but
mean, John
IMDb. John IMDb sounds like a dick.
Well, you don't get to be CEO by not being a dick.
That's fair.
And also stupid. Anyway, so the interns have to clean it all up. And by the end, they're very tired and sweaty and, like they feel bad. And so they have to towel off. And all the towels filled with sweat after they work are brought to a machine that washes them. And then after that, a machine that dries them, so they're clean now. And then those towels are folded and placed back, like in the bathrooms or linen closets or wherever they may have been before that, so that they could be used again next week when John IMDb makes the interns go through all this again. And then after they do the chip things, the interns write the summaries because nobody else really wants to do it.
So part of the explanation is just that washing and drying machines exist for the towels. That is important information to understand that the chips, you're like, I mean, in a lot of these, you have wondered, where does all that stuff go? How do you clean it up? This one, we got that information. So that's
exactly.
Good. Yeah, that's helpful.
You get it.
Yeah, I'm just going to assume that we ought to kind of say that for the rest of them. It's like, how do they clean them up? So we'll think about that for next week. Hopefully it'll be up to me, because I'll have one. But we'll see. Because DJ's going first, baby. Good luck, DJ.
Let me tell you.
Yeah.
Let me tell you. For this one, the intern who had to write it, they were probably told to write it when they were already like 3 or 4 reshoots and rewrites deep.
Oh, God.
And so the intern was like, I got to be as broad as possible, so this can't possibly be wrong.
All right. Okay. Thank you. All right. Well, I will go. Okay. Okay. Sam Wilson, who has taken the mantle of the new Captain America, must work to uncover a plot that threatens to send the entire global order into chaos. And actually, I want to change uncover to thwart. So Sam Wilson, who's new Captain America, must work to thwart a plan to brave new world order, whatever. Did you get that, Diggins? Right. Is that good? We good?
Got it.
I think so.
Okay. That uncover to thwart is going to matter so much when you declare me the winner.
When I say the word thwart in the summary,
I can't wait.
All right. Well, Nando.
All right. I'm going to say, Captain America, aka Sam Wilson, needs to discover a conspiracy and avert a global conflict by going to, I don't want to say going to war, because that's not what it is, which puts him in the crosshairs of the new president, General Thunderbolt. Well, not president anymore. The new president, Ross, whatever his name is, not Everett. What is his first name?
Thaddeus.
Timmy Ross. Thaddeus, right. President Thaddeus Thunderbolt Ross. That's all I got.
Oh. Well, I don't think there's a winner. Unless Diggins is at the disappointment of Nando losing a 10th straight week in a row.
I mean, listen, I'll take a instead of a sigh. I have to give it to DJ, which is how I kind of expect these to go now. But
I do think I have a winner.
Oh,
okay.
But
you like
I'm looking through the trivia to see if there's a good tiebreaker.
There's no way there's a good tiebreaker. The problem with the Marvel ones is Nando knows them all.
I mean, but that's even better. That's why it's good that we have a Marvel movie every so often, so we can win one by just knowing that the characters are all different guys in the comics or something, you know? That's always really helpful.
Quick, Nando, which wrestler was going to be in this movie but then was taken out of the Serpent Society?
Oh, that's such a broad question, DJ. Probably lots of wrestlers we didn't even hear about. Serpent Society can't have been 2 guys, right? Like it has to have been a couple more guys.
The Big Show is going to be one of the Serpent Society members.
Might as well. Penta probably would have been a really excellent member of the Serpent Society. Yeah. The what's his name? I mean, obviously, the real one is Randy Orton, right? He's like the rattlesnake himself. Yeah. He would have been perfect on that.
I do have one I kind of like, but I also feel like Nando probably has an advantage on it.
Well, what if it's a for informational purposes only tiebreaker, right? You know, it's like maybe it's.
Here's what I'll say: if one of you, because this is a multi-part, if one of you completely nails it,
okay,
I'll give it to that person.
Okay,
all right. There's a good chance I don't know this because, you know, I'm a humble man.
Thaddeus.
I feel like there's a chance you don't know all of them.
Okay.
So obviously Harrison Ford replaces William Hurt as Thaddeus Thunderbolt Ross in this movie. He is the 6th person to be recast in the MCU.
Okay.
Or the 6th role to be recast, I suppose I should say. Can either of you name all of the previous 5? You don't have to, you can just say the role and that's fine, but like if you say the actors involved too, that's extra points.
Okay. So who goes first? Me, because
I mean, we can, it's up to you. Diggins, what do you think? Who goes first?
I mean, I think it's Nando's choice, right?
Oh, that's right. Nando gets to choose.
That's how we do.
I'll go first. We'll do the 2 easy ones. So I'll start with the Hulk Edward Norton to Mark Ruffalo.
Okay. And then I guess I'll get the other. The problem is, do I need both actors? Because I can't. Oh.
I said you can just say the role, but saying the actors gets you points.
So it's like War Machine to Don Cheadle, but I'm trying to remember who it was. He was in that show Power. Oh my God.
Was he in Power? I think you're thinking of Empire.
Empire.
Yeah.
I am going to say, by the way, What If doesn't count for this.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
Sure.
Just to be clear, this is live action recasts only.
Oh my God. How much does it matter if I remember who was the original War Machine?
I literally have said twice, just the role is fine.
Terrence Howard.
There you go.
Okay. All right, 2 easy ones out of the way.
Yeah, 2 easy ones out of the way. I don't want to. I have like 2 hard ones, so I want to hold on to them. So I do think there's some medium ones left.
And there's only 3 left.
Although I don't know how expansive this list is, because I'm going to say, Red Skull gets replaced. Hugo Weaving gets swapped out with Ross Marquardt in Infinity War or Endgame, or whichever one he shows up in.
That is one of the ones I have on this list.
Yeah. So what do you got, DJ?
Does like Tobey Maguire Spider-Man to Tom Holland, like, does that count? Like, or is it like because the Spider-Verse thing, like, does that not count?
Is that your final answer?
Well, like, oh my God.
I'm sure that doesn't count. I would bet that won't count, but you never know.
I mean, I'm just trying. That's not my final answer. Regis. I'm just struggling, and like I'm like, oh, is he counting the Fantastic Four? Like, am I allowed to say Pedro Pascal, Mr. Fantastic?
It's within the MCU people being recast. It's not that this role has been played by someone else before, because there'd be way more than 6 of those.
Okay,
that's true.
That's fair. Damn. I'm like, most guys were guys the whole time. There's 6 and we knocked out 3 so far, so there's 3 more.
Yeah, well, one of them is Harrison Ford. So
there's only 2 more.
No. You said, oh yeah, you said 3, so there's 2 more. There.
Okay.
Damn.
I feel like one was a woman.
Name a woman. Name a woman.
Yeah, that's the hardest thing.
I don't want to hold up this thing with something I'm not gonna figure out immediately. So pass, but come back to me while I think. And Nando also thinks.
All right,
okay,
Nando.
so I know another one is Thanos. In the first Avengers movie, Thanos is played by a different actor than Josh Brolin.
Yeah.
I don't know the name of the actor because he's not super well known.
That's spicy.
That is
that is not on this list.
That's what I was thinking. This might not make it onto the list, but that is
just
true.
some guy in the thing. That's good though. That's really good.
Yeah,
that is a good point. Maybe it should be on the list, but maybe they don't count it as a recasting because
no post credit scenes, no stupid pointless post.
Oh, I got another one. Then, if you don't want to count that one, I can do the other one.
I'll let you say again because you are technically correct, but I don't have it on this list.
Okay, so then I do go now.
Yeah, go now.
Yeah, Fandral. I don't remember who he originally was. Some guy from Once Upon a Time or something gets replaced by Zachary Levi, their new commissioner of something, probably by now.
God.
Although, no, because he was on Twitter being like, but you're hurting our guys now. So, he's probably going to get, I don't know, thrown in Guantanamo Bay.
But his favorite guy's in there.
Yeah.
I think he'd be happy.
That's true.
Anyway, that is correct, Nando. Fandral is on this list. He replaced Josh Dallas.
Yeah.
All right, DJ, there's one left. Can you name it?
There's no way. Can Nando name it?
Like, probably, but it's all about, like, kind of, can I... It's about remembering who is in any of these movies.
Right, and it's like, who were they like, oh, we gotta switch it up.
Well, and it's really about remembering movies, because it's like, there's definitely Marvel movies that are in here that I'm just like, they probably replaced the guy for this. Are we counting shows, too?
His answer would be indicative of whether
I don't know if shows count because none of these are show.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah. That makes it a little easier to track.
It makes sense too.
I'll say if Nando can get this, because I mean, I know you said War Machine, DJ, but that was a gimme. Nando definitely knew that.
No. You can never prove it.
I feel like if Nando can say the 5th one and he knew all the hard ones, I think I got to give it to him.
And the one that the thing didn't count, which is even better.
How close was the summary? Like, how close was it?
I'll lay my cards on the table. I was going to give it to DJ.
Of course.
By a little bit.
Oh my God.
But if Nando can nail this, he wins.
How much time does Nando get to figure this out? Well, I should be
so important.
Too, right?
For as long as we can vamp for. That's how long.
I love that.
There's no
That's
rules.
very cool.
As long as the podcast remains listenable.
Well, we passed that threshold.
Yeah, you're right. You ran out of town like 4 years ago.
Yeah, this isn't content made to be consumed. We're just lucky or stupid for still doing this.
I mean, we're just having fun. It's not like it's our career.
That's true.
Having fun.
I'm trying
it's
to
not
think
like
of
it needs to be successful.
I want to walk through the thought process here. So I'm trying to think of characters, because I'm trying to think of guys from the very beginning who, like with, Terrence Howard, got one movie in and then things changed in terms of like the scale of the MCU, and then they weren't able to get that guy back. I think those people exist. The other thing I'm trying to think of is times when we've gone back in time, checking back on a character who like either is no longer alive or just isn't, like the guy isn't in these movies anymore. So they have to get somebody else.
Is it,
it's
it's Aunt Daughter, right?
Oh yeah,
she's a different person, right?
That's true. She does get recast.
Time gap, yeah.
Oh, and she gets recast not even because of the time gap, just arbitrarily between movies. You know, Endgame and what would happen to be days later, Quantumania. She's a different actress. It was a woman, just like I thought.
I was actually stuck on that when you're like, it's got to be a woman.
I did think so.
And then when you're like, because of the time thing, and I'm like, oh, was anything because of the... We didn't even know if I'm right. Was it Aunt Daughter?
I mean, that's definitely
correct. Catherine Newton replaced Emma Furman as Cassie Lang.
Yeah.
The final one. Nando, you came so close to the sun, and yet DJ snatched victory from the jaws of defeat.
It was an assist. Nando saying it was a woman had me stuck on women, so...
Well, he didn't have to say that out loud. That's his fault.
I did not have to. And also, I feel like getting Thanos should count for like 8 points, but whatever, you know. That's like even better than the list. Can you amend the list, Diggins?
I made it clear that you had to nail it because you lost the summary.
And, Nando, because you named only men, you're sexist.
Also misogynist and canceled.
Yeah, and misogynist, yeah.
Well, because I named only men, but DJ, you only named well, no, I guess you named Terrence Howard, so you didn't just name white people too. Good for you.
I'm the DEI.
Right off to Guantanamo with you, sir.
No, there's no beds there yet, or possibly ever.
No, well, you know, that's the kind of thing that...
Yeah, DJ, I'm sure they're working round the clock to get the amenities to Guantanamo Bay. I'm sure.
Yeah. Oh, America. So I lost. What was the real summary?
Nando, I'm sorry. You know, I tried. I believed in you getting that last one, but yet here we are. I believed
in me too, but look at us. Yeah.
Look at us now. Anyway, the actual summary as written by the IMDb intern is Sam Wilson, the new Captain America, finds himself in the middle of an international incident and must discover the motive behind a nefarious global plan. So DJ got that first bit, Sam Wilson, the new Captain America, exactly correct. And then both of you guys kind of just petered off in there's stuff happening and it could mean things on the world. And neither of you did super well in capturing that. But DJ got that first part exactly. So I was like, if I have to give it to someone, it's DJ.
Okay. I just felt like there's no way they weren't going to put what's his name in it. President, whatever his name was, Ross. Yeah.
No Thaddeus Ross. I told you this was in the middle. This was written in the middle of all the rewrites. They had to be as broad as possible. You have no idea who's the only person you could be certain is not getting cut from the movie is the title character.
Yeah. What if Thaddeus Ross is out of the movie for
maybe?
What if
he
wasn't even in this movie?
What if he wasn't in this movie? That would be bad because it wouldn't have been as good. You know, it probably wouldn't have made as much money for sure.
Oh,
yeah, I don't know if that's a thing, but it feels like he's one of those guys that you can send to a foreign country, and everybody goes, "Hey," you know, and then they watch the movie. You know, there are very few of those guys left, but I do think he has a certain crossover appeal that is Marvel's been trying to figure out who those people are and get them into these for a while. So it's good that he's in one of them now. I hope he doesn't have nothing to do in the future like all the other ones, but. Yeah, so DJ, as the winner, you get to tell us what you thought of Captain America: Brave New World.
Oh man, what did I think of Captain America: Brave New World? This is tough, not because of how I feel, but because I feel really weird about where we are in the MCU. So I don't think this movie is very good, mostly because it's it really could just be generic action movie, but worse. Because we're at the point now, it feels where they feel they have to jam all of the MCU fluff around the movie that it can't be about anything interesting. Man, this movie, besides having some various plot holes, which I don't know, might be forgivable on some level, I find is pretty boring, and that's not good. These movies can't become boring. Cards on the table, I did fall asleep during this one because...
Oh my God.
Wow.
I know.
I can't believe you would disrespect the flag like that.
Yeah, not his Captain America, right? That was what you said before we started?
Yeah. DJ woke up only briefly for when Harrison Ford says, "You're no Sam
You're
Rogers.
No Steve Rogers." Yeah.
No, that's
Steve Rogers. Fuck!
No, you're good.
And then DJ got really...
Edit it.
No.
And then DJ got really scared because he was like, "Oh no, Sam Wilson's going to say, "You're right, I'm not," very coolly. But then, for no fucking reason, that line isn't in the movie. So DJ saluted the movie for, cutting it out and giving Harrison Ford the last word in that scene for some reason.
Oh, this is so bizarre. So yeah, the movie's not good. It's bad. But yeah, it's boring, and it made me fall asleep because it's boring, and movie theaters are like too comfortable now. They're just too goddamn comfortable. So where does that leave us? Well, I'm upset. Like, I'm really upset. This is like, it's not good. Like, I really used to like these movies and get excited for them, but like, I'm pretty sure Thunderbolts and Fantastic Four are gonna suck because there's no like narrative like difference between this movie. Like, they shouldn't have made this movie. This movie should not exist. It's like, but not because it's bad, because it is a nothing. It's like an exact zero. So like, what do we do with that? What do we do with movies that are nothing? Like, I get that a lot of them come out, but if the MCU movies are nothing, then like, oh no.
You're saying DJ, this should be... No, Diggins, what were you going to say?
No, you finish.
Oh, I was just going to make another DJ is racist joke, but I feel like you got something else.
I think there's always time for that.
Yeah.
That's fair.
I was going to go with the pointing out that where a movie about nothing, what that gets you is apparently high box office returns.
Yeah. I mean, we all learned that earlier, like or last year, Moana 2. I feel like
I've learned that decades ago, Nando.
Yeah. I do think Disney is stretching the limits of like, what can we get away with? And this, I don't think is as egregious as Moana 2 at all. Like, this is
no.
This doesn't feel nearly as deliberate, but is equally, wrong listenable.
It wasn't something that was a TV show that they just like morphed into a movie. This thing is like a nothing, right? Like, the villain doesn't work. The tension feels so forced and unexciting.
How dare you badmouth the villain of this movie, everyone's favorite guy.
Oh my
everyone's favorite guy.
And like, I mean, we'll talk about it, but a lot of parts of it come off as just like very bland. So I don't like this movie, and it made me fall asleep. So, and it makes me sad because I think that MCU might be nosediving like every plane ever. So yeah,
every plane ever,
every plane that doesn't have DEI.
Yeah. So,
what was the last MCU thing you've seen? Because you didn't watch Agatha, right?
I didn't watch Agatha.
You watched Deadpool, I guess. Does that count?
Yeah, was it Deadpool?
I mean, that is, well,
yeah.
I guess it wasn't MCU.
No,
it is. It is. Yeah. They go to the TVA.
I might have said this during that, or at least privately, but like, I didn't think Deadpool was indicative of like where this was going. I thought Deadpool was Deadpool, and that's cool, but like, I don't think that like portends anything for the future. So
interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting. So when the movies are bad, they don't count. But when they're good, or when they're bad, they count. But when they're good, they don't count. That actually isn't part of the Marvel Cinematic Universe.
Deadpool 3 counts.
I understand
because it's bad.
Wow.
I understand that those Kevin Feige checks are very tasty, Nando. And they probably help, pay for your food and stuff. But we'll see what you have to say right now and how much you're the Marvel shill of this podcast.
The fucked up part of it is this is my last paycheck that's signed by Bob Chapek. I don't even know if I can cash it anymore. Like, it doesn't count in terms of Disney bank money. And that is, I think, the bigger story of this movie is it's just like, it's a mess. But I do think this is maybe the last COVID era Chapek movie of like, let's just do this thing because it seems kind of popular, as opposed to like more of calculated moves like Fantastic Four or even Thunderbolts being a mini Avengers movie. So I think this is somewhat indicative of the MCU, although I do feel like this is just a very specific kind of little disaster. But that being said, I think the movie is as watchable as, the Marvels or a lot of what we're calling kind of the C tier MCU movies, like not
really damning with faint praise there.
Well, and that's what it is, right? It's like, I think there's bits of this movie that could have been better, but like, considering, unlike the Marvels, that this was a project that got reshot at least twice, including a lot of like characters added and taken away, even wrestlers who shouldn't be in action movies, but still. Well, that's not true. Wrestlers that aren't good actors, like a couple of them that we keep seeing and stuff that we're like, wow, way to go, Bautista. But like, Seth Rollins, who's some guy. I don't know. What's his deal? Is he a good actor? Has he ever been in anything before?
He's only been in like those Marine movies, which are like the ones that WWE used to produce. They don't even make them anymore.
Yeah, John Cena used to be in those, so it's not always a bad thing,
I guess.
Yeah. But yeah. So considering all the people got cut out of it and stuff, I'm like, this is pretty good. Consider all things considered. I didn't think it was a good movie, but like, well, no, I don't think it's a bad movie. I definitely don't think it's a bad movie. I think I understand why people go to the theater and watch it and come out going, okay. But it's definitely not like good in a way that you would be like, you should watch this to someone who's on the fence. I feel like that's the thing. This is one of those movies that if someone's like, should I watch this? Like if my mom was like, should I watch this? I'd be like, you probably skip it. But like, if she asked that about Deadpool or, even Guardians of the Galaxy 3, like I'd say their last like absolute hit, or a lot of the shows, I'd be like, yeah, you should check that out. Like Agatha's pretty good. I don't think that this is like, this is not for me Ant-Man and the Wasp 3, which I think is the recent low bar. Okay. But I do think it's just because I think it's so much of it is solid in terms of like, there's an action scene where he flies around and shit. Then there's an action scene where the Hulk jumps around and stuff, and it looks pretty good. There's one bit specifically that doesn't look good, which we'll talk about, I'm sure. And it stands out. But like considering all the stuff, I don't know, I thought it looked pretty good. I thought the parts that were kind of supposed to be funny were kind of funny. I'm still mixed on Anthony Mackie. I cannot tell if he is like able to lead one of these by just sheer charisma, the same way that Downey was able to. And not even that Evans was, because I don't even know if Evans was like doing that same kind of thing. But I do think all the supporting cast in this movie is pretty good. I love New Falcon. I think he's fun. Isaiah Bradley's good. And I think Harrison Ford is good. I whatever amount of money this was, it was worth it just for him being in scenes where he goes like this and looks at his hand and stuff. Like those were pretty fun.
It's getting so red.
It's like, well, it's almost red. I just bent this big pipe. Nobody's going to ask me any questions about that. I do think that there's like the problem with the villain is pretty insane, but it's even worse because he's one of those villains where the whole thing has always been his plan the whole time and always what he wanted to happen. And that makes everything else much dumber. But my expectations for that were super low because he feels like he was maybe the biggest casualty of the reshoots in terms of the fact that we've seen the design of him and it's just fully different than what he looks like in this. I don't know if you guys have seen that. There were like t-shirts that came out where he looked like a different guy. And I'm like,
Did he look like the leader?
Yeah, he looked kind of like he usually does in the comics with a bigger forehead and a goatee. And like, and sometimes it's based off concept art where they're like, oh, we don't know who's going to be on the motorcycle, so we'll put Captain America on it. And then, the toy comes out and it's like, that's different. But in this, I think it's like they have a whole set of leader scenes we will never see. I feel like there's somebody I'm forgetting in this movie. Oh, the fucking other character, which we'll get to, I think is one of the worst Marvel characters put to screen. And I think that comes in every flavor of it. The character in like what they are, the performance, everything about it doesn't work. And it's
Nando abandoning his fellow short.
You know what? I feel like that we got to have better short representation. We got short queens that can act. ScarJo is short. She's like 5'3" or something. Great. She could do this. Can we just put her in a little wig and pretend, this is a new one? This is, Batasha or something. I don't know. But yeah, this one wasn't doing it. But also I feel like they usually do a much better job of like covering up how short the person is. Like I'm saying, Black Widow, she's small, but like small compared to the Hulk. But this was like one of the smallest people I've ever seen in a movie where it wasn't part of it. And I don't think that's good or bad. I'm just very surprised by that. But besides being small, she was horrible. Everything about it was bad. And I hope we never see her again.
Oh my gosh. Savage.
Yeah. The character was annoying. Just really bad. I liked the little tie-ins to stuff, there's some stuff that I thought was pretty fun. You know what is good about this movie? It's edited like a fucking chainsaw. Like it's just constantly switching to things. It's got that like TikTok editing thing that we were talking about the other day.
Like the Coco Melon issue.
Yeah, especially in the beginning, but not even issue, like problem solution. Because I feel like there was some exposition in this that would have been pretty bad, but they just kept changing shots and kept going to different news reporters. And I was like, I was on board for that. So whoever edited this movie, like I said, it's in my review, deserves some sort of extra Oscar that is like the, like rags to riches Oscar in terms of salvaging something and turning it into something really incredible. Just so that like he doesn't get an Oscar instead of the guy that made The Brutalist or whatever. But like this editor deserves something incredible. Diggins, what about, so overall, not the worst Marvel movie, definitely not the best. And I think a fascinating little, I think all the reasons why it's bad are reasons that are not like, they're unlike any of the other ones of these, or if they are like them, are turned up to 1,000,000. So that makes it interesting. Diggins, what about you? What do you think of Captain America: Brave New World?
I agree with the point you were making, where this movie feels extremely inessential. Like you could just remove this from the lineup, and I don't know that anyone would care. And like I wouldn't, if anyone asked me, like, "Hey, should I see this?" I'd be like, "No, I don't know why you would." Unless you're like a completionist like us, I guess. Although, funnily enough, for me, the one Marvel movie I've never seen, Incredible Hulk.
Oh,
you should watch.
Well, now you have. You saw a bunch of clips of it.
That's true.
That's true. Yeah.
Also, this movie kind of lies about some of it, so take what you heard with a grain of salt. But
that too.
Yeah.
Yeah, it told me that Harrison Ford was in it.
Well, that too. I love that bit that they reshot with him yelling at the little podium. I was like, cool.
It's a fucking 16, 17-year-old movie at this point. None of that shit counted. Everyone in it was so young and hot.
Everybody in it is dead.
A certain character who they either de-aged or has not aged, and I'm not sure which.
She's a female Hollywood celebrity, DJ. She just looks like that.
Hey! Spoilers! I didn't give away who this may or may not be.
Yeah, you're talking about obviously the main, everyone's favorite guy from that movie.
Stan Lee.
No, the guy from Modern Family who plays the therapist.
Oh, that's
Doc
right.
Samson. Yeah, we all liked him. He looks great. He looks great.
Yeah,
Phil Dunphy. Speaking of Dunphys, we'll get to it. But there's a Dunphy in this.
Ugh. Yeah. Well, is there, Nando? Actually, I'm not so sure.
There certainly is. I
don't know if I believe you.
We'll see, but I think
but
there
anyway,
is.
My opinion of the movie. Yeah, it's not very good. It's boring. It's chopped together. It's a political thriller mystery where the mystery is solved in one step.
It's one of those movies where you're like, why don't they even just check the camera? It's like, oh, they do. And then they're like, yeah, it's that guy. That's what happened.
Yeah.
And then you're like, but why don't the other people check the camera? And then we cut to them and they're checking the camera and they're going, oh, it's probably this thing. And you're like, all right. So we're good. We got it.
Yeah. So it's, it doesn't like if you sit down and think about it, it doesn't really make sense. I think it flows okay. I agree with you about the editing, Oscar, where it's like whoever put all this together in a way that feels like I'm watching a movie and only falls apart when I think about it. At all.
You don't have big giant leader brain to understand his massive plan, but for a normie
sized creepy leader brain.
I mean, as big as it could possibly be, DJ. As big as the test audiences would allow, I guess. There's something.
But yeah, so like all the things you guys said, not very good. Don't recommend it. Not the worst one of these, but I think I understand why it's reviewing so poorly, which is just like, DJ, you said we're like 17 years into this whole thing.
Yeah.
Like, at this point, if you're just delivering more of the same and not even that good of the same, like, I don't know why anyone should watch.
Yeah.
So I can see why people would just be tired of it. And like, there's a thing I saw on the Discord. so I'm preemptively responding to it. One can make the argument that in terms of objective quality, it's really not that much worse than things have been.
Like, oh, yeah.
For a while. But I think there is something to be said of, sure, but if you keep delivering that mid quality for years and years and years, people are justified in getting sick of it.
Yeah. Oh, totally. And because you know why? It becomes like more grating, right? If a Thor Love and Thunder comes out, and you're like, oh man, that wasn't great, but like, yeah, it's fine. It's probably just like a one-off. Like you need something after it to be like, oh, this is good, right? It's why, like, yeah, like Deadpool and Wolverine was amazing, but it just doesn't feel like it's gonna carry.
Yeah, it was amazing how bad it was. I agree.
Deans.
Like, look, and I think, I didn't say this on the pod, but it was like right before we were recording. We're talking about movie theater experiences, and there was a guy sitting next to me in the trailers who basically saw the trailers for, I don't know, for the first time. Maybe he was just letting his thoughts be heard, but for Fantastic Four and Thunderbolts, and let out like big size, not even size. He was like, oh man, I don't know.
And Jurassic Park.
I didn't get.
That was my story.
I didn't hear his thoughts.
Sorry, I mushed these together. Yeah.
I didn't hear his thoughts on that one, so I don't know. I don't recall. Put it that way.
Silently dying inside.
Because I brought it up now, my story very quickly was just two old men in the movie theater after the Jurassic Park trailer, the new one with Scarlett Johansson. One of them just turns to the other and goes like, I don't need another one of those.
That's,
you know what, old man? I agree.
Yeah, we're on the same page.
And hey, you know what else about that old man? Movie started, he shut the fuck up. Because I'm not cursed by a witch.
Yeah, no, my
guys were cool
too.
Yeah.
Because the movie was so loud.
That too. Diggins, let me throw a theory at you, because is this the first movie I've seen in 2025 in a theater?
I don't know.
I mean,
why would I know that?
Well, like, we do podcasts that premiere in theaters. That's how we would know.
No, don't you use the word podcast. We'll get to it, but
sorry.
I have a lot of podcasts to say about
Nando's
podcasts.
Still emotionally devastated.
Yeah, that makes sense. Anyway, my point being, maybe 2025 is such a fucked up year that all existing curses have become null and void.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Like,
maybe the witch has moved on to worse pastures.
All of us.
She's in charge of HUD. I think, or something, or one of the lesser agencies. So yeah, we don't have to worry about her anymore.
I have to look at what we did so people don't yell at me for like, you forgot you did this, which was in theaters.
No, I mean, like, Back in Action, this, like,
I don't think we've done a theater movie.
Section
yet.
31.
This is our first theater movie. Yeah. So, all right. So,
I think I am surprised now that you mention it, though, that my theater experience was as good as it was. Because I went I did a Thursday opening night or opening day one.
Oh, wow.
Well, yeah, I mean, I have to see it as quickly as possible. Otherwise, people will forget about it.
And you're in the content game, so your incentive structure is much more aggressive.
Yeah, and I haven't seen the trailers for this movie. I can't just piece it together pretty much, There's all kinds of secrets that I haven't seen in the movie that I have to see on the biggest screen available, blah, blah, blah. So, but yeah, my theater was pretty good. Not a lot of cheering and clapping, although we did get a big reaction for one thing that I thought was very funny, which I'll have to remember to talk about.
Nando, you'll have a lot of control over that because as your punishment, you're going to have to tell us what happened in this movie.
I am the leader, and as the leader, I get to do the summary, you guys. I'm going to summarize the movie, and I can't wait. And unlike traditional summaries, and this will be exciting because there will be no way to tell anybody about this. There's no way on this podcast audio medium to express this to people. But instead of all of the other things we've been doing so far, the algorithm and such, I got an email from a mystery man, and he sent me this new thing. And what it is it's just a big flashing light. And the light's going to flash, and we're all going to want whoever sees the flashing light, you're going to stand up and you're going to say whatever, the flashing light wants you to say. So there is like a plan, it's all connected. But that is going to take the place of the wheel. So this is just the flashing light. This is, maybe you'll say the thing in like a daze, who knows? And I'll try to talk about, because this is a tricky one, because like we were saying, this is like 2 movies basically. I mean, it's really like 3 movies, because there was reshoots 1, reshoot set 2 that was like extensive reshoots, and then other reshoots that seemed to maybe up a fight scene or 2. And those seem to add a certain character and take away some characters. It's complicated. What I'm saying is balancing 3, 3 stories and stuff like that can be tricky. And it's only made more difficult for the fact that Joey has to be in 3 shows in the same day.
Yeah, I know. It was really, really irresponsible of him to
he is overbooked.
So
yeah, and I get, you know what? I get it. I feel like this probably wouldn't happen a lot, but I feel like understudying for 2 people, 2 huge roles like this probably is a lot. But if he was like a smaller version than just like Richard III or something, it was just like background guy and background guy, I'd be like, yeah, okay. Well, that sucks. They must have others though, right? He's not the only one.
But also his goal, or like, he starts off by he's reading Richard III, like
that's
in
right.
its entirety. One would assume that he doesn't need to do that, right?
You would think that, except when he does come on screen later, he's doing this speech that Richard III does, I would assume.
Sure.
So I guess he got it, which is, or at least he got the understudy for Richard III. Now, usually in plays like this, the understudy is something else in the play, right? Like that's usually how this goes.
For the major roles, yeah, typically they're a small role, and then like a less important understudy will fill in for them.
So instead of that, they just all decided to go with Joey, which I'm assuming means they thought they'd never have to do this. They just wanted, they thought they had immortal actors. But yes, this is Joey in the Perfect Storm. This is episode 5 of season 1. I'm going to say another fun little sitcom-y one with 2 little sitcom-y bullshit things that the characters have to do. Very, very like, not exactly the Will Smith dating 2 girls in the same movie theater, but in different movies kind of situation, but a version of that. And then a version of the we have to hide the thing from the person because of a thing, which is very classic, like, Three's Company bullshit that all sitcoms used to do. DJ, as someone who has definitely seen it, because obviously you have, what was your favorite part of this week's episode, Joey in the Perfect Storm?
So I feel like I'm still catching up with Joey, that's for sure. But I think, who's the guy that was like talking a bunch about Die Hard with Joey? Howard, yeah. What's his deal? Who is this man?
Oh, the nerd, or the guy? Yeah. He's a neighbor who we found last week when Joey was trying to find a friend, or 2 weeks ago.
2 weeks ago.
Yeah, it was 2 weeks ago. I guess he wasn't in last week then, or was he maybe briefly? I don't remember.
I don't think so.
Yeah, Joey was like, I need a friend. He had a hunky guy we wanted to be friends with because he was cool. Right. This guy kind of shows up and then is like the better person. Yeah, but he's also a super fan in a way that, like, as Joey, I'd be like, I don't want to hang out with that guy. Like, you probably want to, keep your distance.
I thought he was fun. I liked him. Yeah.
And he really wants to, like, have sex with Dre and Mateo, which, as someone who's not related to her on this show, I'm like, hey, okay, buddy, you do that.
Yeah, but like, she's like, ew, you're not related to me.
Yeah, that's a problem for her. But yeah, he was okay. Diggins, what about you? What was your favorite part of this episode?
My favorite part? I mean, honestly, DJ's favorite part is my least favorite part. But my favorite part, honestly, that ending with him, he's doing the big monologue and then the Cowboys show up. Not bad. And also, before today, if you had asked me, I would have sworn on a stack of Bibles that was a Friends bit.
Oh, was it?
Wow.
I remember it. I remember this happening. And I don't remember Joey at all. So my brain was automatically like, well, that must be Friends. It had Joey in it. And it's a thing you remember.
Yeah.
And apparently I'm wrong. It was in this episode of Joey.
It's just that good. That's incredible. I do think I enjoyed my favorite part of this episode was probably, I mean, I didn't hate Jennifer Coolidge in this episode. We did get some of her, which was nice. I haven't seen her as much. She was the agent. She didn't have a lot to do. even though this was a Joey getting acting roles sort of episode, although we will get one of those later where she's more involved. But that's her deal.
Does she ever film any scenes that are not on this specific set?
Not that I've seen so far. Nope. I think she got them all out in a day. I'm hoping. But yeah, good for her. But yeah, we got a little bit more her. I don't know. I guess my favorite part, I enjoyed. Here's what I'll say about this episode. Joey's dumb in it, but also we've kind of settled into Joey dumb. And now we get to have fun with the other characters being dumb, like Dre DiMatteo. What is her name? I can't remember. Angela? No.
Alex?
That's the sister's name?
Oh, Gina,
yeah. Gina, Michael, Alex a little bit, yeah. And then, and I thought some of the Joey and Michael stuff was kind of fun this week, where they were doing the bit where Michael was trying to get Gina to give him advice, and like anytime a guy in a show like this is stalling, I love it.
Yeah.
I also think this episode had a couple of jokes that I liked. I enjoyed when Joey learned that his apartment is full of molded stuff, and then she brought him back with SeaWorld stuff, and he's just kind of back to being a puppy dog. I thought that was funny. I actually really liked, and I know this is like a bad joke that they do a lot on the show, but I loved when the woman came out with the box and Joey greeted her because she was a sexy lady and was like, "You're going to love it here. This is a great neighborhood." And then he took it from her like a gentleman, and she said, "Oh, actually, I'm moving out with my boyfriend." And he just very casually gave it back to her. I was like, okay. I thought that was funny. I don't know. I think he's good in this episode. And I think him and Michael have good chemistry.
Although, I'd like to bring up a continuity error. Which is that at the end, when Gina is like, I respect your independence now, and I want to be more independent. She's like, maybe I'll stop cooking for you. When the thing that initially convinced Joey to let Michael live with him is that he's a really good cook.
That's true. That's a great point.
Not so consistent, Joey writers.
Especially
I hope somebody got fired for that one.
This is Joey we're talking about. He loves to eat. We should know where his food is coming from. Like, that should be in the show Bible, you know? Every day he wakes up and Michael has prepared a big plate of Pop-Tarts or whatever. And like, so yeah. The idea that this has not been conversed is a little concerning. What do you think of the bit with the actor? We had to trick him into this, being in the play and stuff. The sick actor. I guess they're all technically actors.
I like the premise of it, where Joey is like trying to reverse psychology him, but he's dumb. I feel like, I don't know. I don't necessarily want the scene to go longer, but I feel like they didn't do enough with it.
Yeah, I agree. This episode felt kind of short. And it wasn't much shorter than the other ones, but I think it was in such a rush that we didn't get to like fully do that. But yeah, no, I think this one's okay. Definitely not my favorite, but an episode,
Joey,
and that's great. Yeah, Joey.
And what more can you ask from the show Joey than having Joey there?
And this was a very Joey episode too. Like, it was like about acting. It was about he's too dumb to remember lines. It's, he wants the sexy ladies. Like,
yeah, you must have sympathized with him so much in this episode after everything said.
Did. Seeing him, like, looking at that monologue and seeing him do it, I was like, this is fucking, how did he even do it? Joey, his little tiny Joey brain can barely figure it out. And, it looks really hard to do lines. I don't know. That's why it's nice that they do them in this movie. And like in Craven and stuff, where they just make the mouth move afterwards, decide what the lines are.
And sometimes they just keep the mouth off screen, so they don't even have to do that.
Yep. I like the back of some of these guys' heads. Do you have a favorite back of a head so far?
Favorite back of a head? That's tough.
Yeah.
I mean, it's hard to beat
back of the head.
That guy in Madam Web.
Yeah, he had a good back of the head.
There is something about Tim Blake Nelson's back of the head in this movie.
Mm-hmm.
There's something there.
Yeah.
They use it a lot in the trailer to make you think it could be any person.
It could be anybody. And, you know, he could be saying anything because he's just holding a phone like this,
Yes.
you know?
Yes.
So they'll figure it out. But now we've finished up talking about Joey. And, you know, maybe it'll come up later too. But we got to talk about another movie. There's a movie, this one, Captain America Brave New World. Then I'm going to summarize it. Obviously, full spoilers and stuff. And, you know, when the flashing lights, you know, flash at you, then you can, know, just abruptly stand up and say whatever it is you're going to say. So this movie starts with, like we were saying kind of before, another big old montage. This is the montage of like the story of General Ross. And some of this is new. I mean, and it's fully new because he's a different guy. But it does kind of have to, it helps if you've seen Incredible Hulk, dig as you have not. Do you know like what happens in it? Did you know what the leader's deal was?
I know generally what happens with it. I don't really know what happens with Tim Blake Nelson in that movie.
Okay. That's tricky then. This is I don't know when they try to sprinkle these morsels in, but even in the course of the movie, it doesn't really make that big of a deal. Like he makes a big deal, but like he's not a supervillain by the end of it. He's just kind of a guy with weird blood. And it's implied that he will do supervillainy stuff later. But yeah, that part's weird. It also, I think, is weird that is not set up here. Or like characters will talk about this. Ross was clearly involved in making the Hulk originally, but also he made this Harlem situation worse. And it seems like the public sentiment is about where the movie sentiment is, which is like he's at fault. But I don't think these people fully grasp how much he made it all happen. Like, because he gave Blonsky superpowers, who will eventually be Abomination from She-Hulk and, you know, Shang-Chi and whatever. Right. He gave him superpowers. He like pushed him over the edge. He gave him a bad batch of superpowers. And he, you know, relentlessly pursued Bruce Banner. So I don't know how he's gotten away with it, but he has failed upwards, obviously, because he was in the other one, Civil War and Black Widow, and then in the Infinity War and Endgames as like a government guy, Secretary of State, I think. So I guess he's just like not evil, like not pure evil, but he is very bad at stuff. But he did win an election.
In the way a regular American government person is evil.
Exactly.
Right. Especially one in the military.
Exactly. And he is like a and he's that kind of pipeline too, of like military to you know, like this kind of leadership. So he's I don't know. Who would you compare him to in real life? Who's done this?
Well, we don't really have that anymore. That doesn't happen.
Yeah. We used to.
Like you have service members who go on to become politicians.
Right.
You don't have like leadership do that anymore.
Yeah.
Like the last like military officer, like leader that was president was Eisenhower, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, that feels right. I mean, we've got, you know, we had like our McCains and stuff and like certain figures, you know, your John Kerry's who ran for president, but it was because he was military, because he got swift boated or whatever that was. I don't really remember. His friends were like, he sucks.
He was a genuine war hero, and they were like, but what if he wasn't? What if actually his war stuff sucked and he's not a hero? And like, then, you know, a little bit afterwards, everyone was like, oh, no, he was a hero.
So do you think maybe General Ross is the John Kerry of this universe?
No, I don't think that at all.
Maybe.
No.
Maybe he didn't do Incredible Hulk. Maybe he's cool. You know? Maybe the Hulk is the bad one.
Well, you know, I feel like we're leaning into something that my phone has told me to do. So, party in the USA.
Oh.
Guys, what political party is Thunderbolt Ross?
Bro.
Okay. I was thinking about this.
One.
I mean, he's got to be a Republican, right? Like,
yes.
We wouldn't.
Now, Nando, I I see where you're coming from, and like I get it. But here's my thing. In this beginning of the movie, we have his victory night speech. He comes up in front of the crowd and is like, I'm the president now. And he comes out in front of a big blue sign that says together.
Yeah, that's
everyone
true.
is holding up big blue signs that say Thaddeus Ross or whatever. And the whole iconography of his whole victory thing is very blue.
There's
I
just
guess
no
that's
way.
true. I mean, I think in the comics he is from New Mexico or something. I think he's, or well, I don't know. Sometimes Hulk is, but that's like kind of like he lives at that base. So he would be like a Mark Kelly kind of figure almost. Like I could see that existing. I don't know. I mean, what are his policies besides together?
The only policy we see in this movie is him doing the treaty to divide up adamantium equally amongst all the nations on Earth.
The main one.
No, just the 4 in the treaty, right?
Or just just the people in the treaty, which I think is more than the 4, although it is weird that they only talk to those 4.
Yeah. That is very strange.
So in that, like, that's not a very Republican thing, I don't think.
Depends on who he's talking to. I think if it was like Russia, Hungary, you know, I don't know, China or something, there'd be a case for it. But yeah, if it was like the ones that it is, I don't think would be in line with democratic beliefs. However, I'll make the case that it's really weird. We learn a little bit about kind of President Ross in this movie is just becoming president for the first time. And I don't know if you guys remember
elected at the start of the movie, then we skip 5 months to like his 3rd month in office. You
know what though, to be fair, he is told that he has to lose the beard or he will lose the election. That doesn't seem like or the mustache, right? That doesn't seem like a Democrat thing. That seems like a Republican thing.
Yeah,
you know,
that's true.
They would believe
honestly,
strength.
That is a bit of conventional wisdom, for all politicians. That like facial hair is not considered in anymore.
Oh.
So that's just like a thing. That's not really particularly ideological.
That makes sense. But yeah, so I've been trying to figure this out over the last couple of days. Who is the president in the MCU? Like which ones ever existed at all? Because it's not all the ones we had, but it seems like maybe it's some of them. And this is the best I've got. Obama 2008 to 2012. 2012 Avengers happens. He loses. Replaced with, I'm assuming, a Republican, right? Because he still ran, Matthew Ellis. This is one of the fictional ones from the MCU. He's the one who gets kidnapped in Iron Man 3. He shows up a couple of times on the S.H.I.E.L.D. show or something. Okay. He has a one-term presidency. So if we're figuring out he's Republican, you figure the next guy's going to be Democrat, except, and this is very unconfirmed, although if you listen to some of the Daredevil and stuff, it maybe is a little bit clearer. It does seem like Donald Trump was president in the Marvel Cinematic Universe from 2016 to 2020. I don't know why. Like he would follow Ellis, who I would assume is a Republican. But maybe he primaried him or something. I don't know.
Probably.
And to be fair, Ellis did get captured by the Mandarin and made a fool of on national television. So like probably not an incredibly popular figure. Also, he presided over the Hydra in S.H.I.E.L.D. thing. So yeah, that's probably just cleaning house. But okay. So then, and in, 2020 means 2019 is Trump's presidency. I think Trump gets snapped, including, I know.
Maybe Thanos had a point.
I know. The gods were... And you know what? It's unclear who else got snapped, but maybe they all, like maybe, Mike Pence, it's, there's some sort of gap between 2019 and 2022 where either there was no president or there were a bunch of temporary presidents or something. Because like, what do you do if everybody gets snapped, Can you...
Presumably someone in the succession didn't get snapped, right?
Yeah.
Statistically speaking.
but their whole family got snapped. Can they even be president? You know, like I feel like you need
they got a lot of free time now.
That's true. Hey. Yeah, they're gonna love it. Yeah, they got all this cool stuff to do. They got all these, refugees or something that is a crisis that the show of this had some thing to say about vaguely.
Yeah, that was a whole thing.
Global Repatriation Council. But it did seem like when that happened, so it does seem like in 2022, and this is just a guess, based on the timeline, the president from Secret Invasion gets elected. This is President Ritson, played by that guy, Dermot Mulroney or Dylan McDermott, whichever one is the real one, that one.
Dylan McDermott.
Which one is it?
Or Dermot Mulroney.
Or Dermot Mulroney.
Two.
Yeah. One of those guys. Have you ever seen that sketch? Like, I genuinely don't remember which it is, though, but it's one of them. Okay. And he shows up, and he's president, but he is president for one term because Nick Fury tells him, you will only be a one-term president if you keep doing racism against Skrulls, which I don't believe. I think that would be an incredibly popular stance, considering we have them.
Yeah, I think if we've learned anything.
Yeah. If there was a secret shape-shifting race of things that were actually, proven to be taking over a bunch of guys, including some in the news, they would be, you'd want those dead. Also, fun that they're not in this.
They would just have to exist and not do anything, and that would be enough.
Yeah, I think you could run a platform now in America on there's Skrulls everywhere, you guys, we got to get them. And you could probably do pretty well.
I agree with that.
So I guess what I'm wondering
is... It was Dermot Mulroney, by the way.
It was Dermot Mulroney? Okay. What I'm wondering is, Trump Republican, obviously. Is Ritson a Republican? Because is there some sort of like holdover thing where it's like, all right, well, Trump didn't get to finish his term. Do you have an election, or do you just appoint somebody that's kind of like the guy we lost? Like what does America do for that? Because
there's a succession order. Whoever that is fills out the term, and then there's election at the 4-year mark.
Yeah.
I guess I'm saying, like, would the country, do you think we would blame Trump for Thanos?
Yes.
Really?
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Even if he got snapped.
Yeah.
You wouldn't think of him as a sympathetic guy?
No.
I mean, I wouldn't.
Here's
but
the thing, guys. Literally anything that happens while someone is president is their fault.
Are we sure? I think we're going to test that theory,
Yeah, we're going to find out. In fact, it's actually the Leska's fault.
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
But
I just think that's the way your typical voter thinks. And so even though it would be the one thing on earth that wasn't his fault, he would get blamed for it.
I do think the one thing that you could make the case for why he should get blamed for it is it depends on when Civil War takes place, because it's released in 2016. If it takes place in 2016, and I don't know off the top of my head, because sometimes they don't, that would mean General Ross is the Secretary of State under Donald Trump.
Ooh.
And that means he's at least good enough to win another election after that. Like, he does not become so further disgraced. Like, part of me wonders if maybe Trump is seen as like oh man, poor guy, he lost his whole family or himself, and all the ones he doesn't really like.
Didn't seem to affect him at all.
Yeah,
he seemed totally fine.
He launched 3 more coins.
Yeah, that's true. Oh, he'd be loaded. But yeah, I guess I'm wondering, like, is Ritson a Republican? Can a Republican run after Trump and win? Or is it we need a new opposition party kind of move? Because if Ritson is a Republican, then it would, stand to reason that he runs a re-election, loses to a Democrat, who would be Ross. But I don't know.
I feel it's like tricky. Because the MCU is funded by the military, it just ends up with all presidents are Republicans.
Yeah, just one-term Republican presidents who keep getting a whole country destroyed in a big fight or something. And then they're like, well, obviously can't give it to Democrats, though. We got to rebuild. So let's get the next guy in charge while the other one goes to jail or space or whatever we do to them. If they're supervillains. But yeah, it's pretty weird. And
so I don't know.
Yeah. I think he might be a Democrat. I think you're right.
I feel like the iconography is trying to tell us that he's a Democrat.
No, I think there's something.
I
even
still
though,
buy it.
even though that doesn't make sense.
Doesn't make any sense. How?
Yeah.
Logically, the only way I could get there is if like he saw an opening where it's like I could run in the Democratic primary and win. God damn it!
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
not crazy enough to be a Republican, so I'll run the Democratic Party, win, and then I'll defeat the crazy Republican. I'll beat JD Vance. God damn it!
He's a what would you call that? I don't know, establishment hawk lib or something, kind of like. Or is he a fake rhino, whatever the opposite of a rhino is? Demo.
What?
We have those.
Dino.
Yeah. Dino. Yeah, I guess that's what it would be.
Not to jump too far ahead, but apparently Ross becoming president is, spoiler. It's all part of, the leader's plan. So was he like, listen, run as a Democrat and then you'll be president?
Oh, that makes sense.
I don't think that's true, DJ.
I think it is true. I like that. Yeah.
No, the part where you say that him becoming president was part of the leader's plan. I don't think that's true.
I think it is, for sure.
He needs him to be president to get his pardon.
Hey, he's trying to get pardoned.
Well, I don't think it was his plan. I think Ross was like, help me become president, god damn it.
Well, I feel like if he was like, and what will I get in return? He's like, a pardon. You have to assume he's going to get it from the president.
Yeah.
But otherwise, he would have gotten it for him by now, because he's Secretary of State and stuff. Why not?
I think the movie implies that when the leader, when Ross becomes president and doesn't pardon leader, that's what causes the switch.
Yes.
Right, yeah, but my point is, it's not like the leader had some pre-existing grand plan to get Ross elected president. Ross was like, I want you to make me president, and if you do that, then I'll pardon you.
Sure.
Those are very different things.
Fine, but my point is, the leader told him, like, hey, you got to run as a Democrat if you want to be president. And then
I think that's possible.
Went along with it.
It's possible.
Yeah.
It's very possible. Maybe it's like one of those insane fever dream scenarios that people cooked up in the deep years where they're like, what if Democrats nominated Mitt Romney next time? And then that would save the Republic. It's like, that's stupid. But in the MCU, because everyone's dumber, they actually did that. And so the Democrats nominated Thunderbolt Ross.
Well, and Thunderbolt Ross was running against a wildly unpopular alien fascist, which for some reason made him wildly unpopular instead of, as I would assume, quite popular. And
guys,
they just won.
We're thinking of this through too much of the lens of our own political system experience. Clearly, Thunderbolt Ross is a member of the No Labels Party. And that party ascended to dominance in the American political system, and riding that ticket or whatever, Thunderbolt Ross became president as a no labels candidate.
Yeah, that was probably what Thanos was doing, was like, I have to snap it so it's an equal amount of Republicans and Democrats that both go. Little did he remember that there's a secret third party of idiots. And also, Ross does kind of look like, what's his name now that I think about it?
Joe Manchin.
Joe Manchin. Yeah, he's got a mansion-y. I mean, he's an old white guy, so there's that. But he also has like a daughter, just like Joe Manchin does.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if Betty Ross is involved in like, lobbying for coal, but if that's the case, then it's definitely pretty similar.
Yeah. Pay a lot of attention to what she's actually up to.
Nah, she's just not hanging out with him. Which, if there's ever, I mean, that could be Democrat or Republican, but I feel like that is the Republican thing you hear, all the siblings that hate you, or the kids that, write an op-ed that's like, everyone in the family thinks he's the worst, That's it's a JD Vance, not JD Vance. Who's the one that's like that? So I guess Mary Trump came out and kind of did that with Donald Trump.
Oh, you thinking RFK? His whole family was.
RFK. That's the one.
Guy.
Yeah. Everybody comes out and was like, this guy's a weirdo.
Even his daughter was like, he flashed a rotting whale head to our car once. It was messed up.
His daughter, man. What a name. Do you guys remember her name?
Kick
Kennedy. Yeah, pretty cool.
It's a good name.
It's a sick name. Yeah. But it only works with Kennedy, I think. I don't think or like a similar name. I don't think you can be like.
It works when it's alliterative.
Yes. Yeah. Kick Winston or whatever doesn't work, but Kick Kennedy.
Could be sick. Kick Kaepernick.
That's true. Well, I mean, maybe not that, but otherwise, yeah, it's very good. But anyway, General Ross is president. I do want to point this out. There's no way to prove this, obviously, because I don't have it in front of me. But do you guys remember what his signs say? What the General Ross slogan is?
I remember together. Are you talking about something else?
Different. Yeah. This is the one that people are holding on little signs that says something. It's specific to him. It's ready for Ross. That's the slogan. And also, I'm not positive about this. When the real DVD comes out or whatever, I'll check. It looks like they used the Ross Dress for Less font. And maybe they just went, people love Ross Dress for Less, so why ruin a good thing? But
well, that was the corporate sponsor of his campaign.
Smart.
Because the MCU is typically in the near future, right?
Mm-hmm.
This was like when we got Citizens United 2, and all presidential campaigns need official corporate sponsors.
Yeah, that would be great if you had to get a sponsor that's your name. I mean, that'd be tough for Obama, but for I don't know, who thinks who's going to run in the future? For Stephen A. Smith, he can do Smith and Wesson. Yeah, I don't know.
Ooh, that's good.
But that's a pretty good, it's like when Kamala said she had a gun and she won the election as far as I'm concerned. So, pretty cool. Speaking of election, he won the election. We learned this by a lot of TV montages and stuff. Sam's watching TV at a bar. Very sad life he lives. Just midday watching presidential news at a bar. People he knows are there, and it's not as sad as you expect. But didn't he have a family before? He has friends.
Have something to do, right?
Right. But I guess not. And he's watching the news, which is saying that all the stuff that happened in Incredible Hulk happened. So there was a Hulk. General Ross made it worse. He hates the Hulk. He's known as the Hulk Hunter, which is new. That I don't think has ever come up before in these. And he did a big quitting. He yelled at everybody, and it's pretty fun.
Mm-hmm. And even though the Hulk is now a beloved public figure who everybody knows and we're all cool with, we are never at any point going to get his take on any of this.
Nope. Mm-hmm. Or his cousin's take, who is a public figure who is, frequently interviewed for her high profile law cases, or the take of any of the living Avengers, of whom there are at least enough that you'd figure one of them would bump into him. I don't know, Hawkeye maybe. Honestly, there's not as many living Avengers that have worked with the Hulk as you would expect. But no, not Black Panther. There's one specific one who we'll get to later in this movie. Nobody seems to really have an opinion about this. I don't know if General Ross is running against General Ritson. I'll vote for Ross, because what are the odds we're going to have another Hulk problem versus General Ritson's going to tell me to go into my neighbor's house and ask him if they're squirrels and shoot him either way. It's a bad, they're both not great, but I feel like Ross seems also he's failed so many times. He has to have learned his lesson by now,
Obviously.
Yeah.
That's how it happens. If you reward somebody after they fail, they learn their lesson.
Exactly. So he's got to be, really smart. And he shaved his mustache. So there's that too.
He won the election.
Yeah.
Do you think the leader told him that? Do you think the leader was like, you'll never win election if you don't shave your mustache?
Mm-hmm. Also, you must go on the Joe Rogan podcast.
Yeah.
He's the only one to ensure victory.
You must smoke a spliff with Joe Rogan.
When the View asks you what's differentiates you between you and Ritson, you're going to see 5 examples. All things that we wish. Man, we need a leader. Do we have one? Can we make one? Is it RFK? Is he the leader of this whole thing? Experimenting on whale carcasses and stuff.
If there's anybody you could convince to take gamma radiation pills every day, it's RFK.
Oh my god.
Only a couple more brainworms and his head's gonna look like that. It's gonna be all kinds of mishmash up there. That raw milk is it's powerful stuff. Usually we pasteurize out all the gamma, not under these circumstances. Also, I do want to point this out because I forgot to say this. Did any of you guys miss anything in the beginning of this movie? Was there anything stand out as not being here?
Besides the thing I just said about the Hulk?
Well, yeah, besides that. something very specific. I should have, well, I don't know if I would have mentioned it by now, but was not in this beginning bit of the movie and is quite substantial when you look at how the rest of these have gone.
I got nothing for you.
Nothing?
Yes.
Oh, wait. Are you talking about the thing with all the comic panels?
The fanfare with all the stuff and the thing. Yeah, didn't have that.
Shit.
It had a simpler version of one with just like a big square. It said Marvel Studios, but it didn't do the, all that stuff.
Is it dead?
I don't.
They kill it?
I mean, maybe it was just too long of a shot for this movie. Like it didn't have enough angles and stuff. But
they were like, that takes more than 3 seconds. The babies won't be paying attention.
I mean, maybe they did. Maybe they have a leader in Marvel who's like, don't put the little thing in front of the movie. And they were like, all right, sir, we won't. And then he gave them, the secret formula, and the movie made millions and millions of dollars. So, maybe this is why the Marvels bombed. Too much crawl, too much preamble or something,
Too many shots that lasted more than 3 seconds.
Yeah.
God.
And speaking of that, so besides all the montage and stuff, we just go right into a big old mission. And that's fine. It's a cold open. That's how these tend to go. Winter Soldier, Civil War all had these. This is a mission to take down some sort of buyer. There's a buyer and a seller and whatever. I believe this is in Mexico or somewhere maybe south. Yeah. Okay, yeah. It's a church, has been taken over by some sort of guys. I think we know
sort of society.
Yeah, I think we know it's the Serpent Society from the jump, and we know that at least one of them is there, and it's the guy played by Giancarlo Esposito, a character named Sidewinder, who in the comics is not just a guy with a trench coat and an axe and a handgun. He's like a big snake man, but fuck it, there are trench coats in this.
No, and Captain America villains can't be fun or interesting in the MCU. Nando, they all have to just be guys.
They have to be sad guys. Not character actors, prestige actors with a lot of makeup on being sad guys. Or sometimes no makeup, in the case of Daniel Brühl or Robert Redford. I mean, they had makeup on, but not like Red Skull makeup. Anyway, he's here and he's threatening everybody and trying to get the buyer and shit and whatever, because he is the buyer. Or no, he's the seller. He's meeting the buyer. Yeah. And it's a whole big thing, and there's too many guys, and the army can't do it, but they need somebody to do it. So they call Captain America. Call him where? From who? Who answers the call? What job does Captain America have? Unclear. But he shows up anyway, and he also has this little guy from the show, Joaquin Torres, who we learned in the show is kind of a guy who works with Captain America sometimes. Yeah. He's the guy
in that show that I watched.
In that show that you watched, he's not in a lot of it, but he is in the first episode, and he's the one who's like, "Where's Captain America? Is he on the moon?" And Falcon's like, "I don't want to tell you, but maybe, you'll never know." He also infiltrates the first Flag Smasher event, like with a camera pointed at himself on his phone. He's like, "I'm live streaming the Flag Smashers beating the shit out of me." That's him. So. At the very end of the show, he takes Sam Wilson's broken wings and says, "I can do something with these," or whatever. And you're like, oh, he's going to be, in the next one. And there he was. So in this, he's doing computers because like every young person in the MCU, everybody under the age of 30, he can hack a computer better than you'd ever believe, even though that is not something traditionally associated with people under 30 these days. Mm-hmm. They don't know how to use computers as well as us because they didn't have to learn how to work.
Tablets and touchscreens, so they don't know how to do computer stuff the way we do. Yeah,
and good for them. But it's and I don't know how old this character's supposed to be. In the comics, he's 17, like very clearly an underage, like a child. He's part of the Child Avenger group. But in this, I feel like he's probably in his mid-20s, maybe 30s. I don't know. Everybody
imagine it's a 30. Bucky scenario where they're like, a man in the military should be an adult man.
Yeah. And listen, is Captain America in the military? Perhaps. If they ask him to be, he might.
I do love in the montage opening thing with all the news reports about how Ross is president now. There's one point where someone goes like, Sam Wilson, Captain America, and General Ross have been at odds in the past. Can we survive with these two great leaders being at odds? And I'm like, I don't know that I would describe the two leaders of America as the president and Captain America.
I mean, definitely not the brand new Captain America, right? Like, he gave one speech, you know, like it was a good speech.
He gave one speech where he was like, do good things instead of bad things.
Yeah. And listen, there were speeches that have been given where the guy says do bad things, but besides that, on the lower end in terms of speeches.
He also said, listen, find a way, fix it. How? Yeah. Shut up, but fix it. Now
you can feed a person with an email or something. You can move mountains with just a push of a button. So all those guys are gone, by the way. None of them seem to still be in power. So right, like there was that guy was in. I mean, perhaps, you know what? Maybe they did. It doesn't come up. You know, we're not checking back up on all these refugees. So I guess they went somewhere. I don't want to know. They're probably all in the shadow dimension or something. Doctor Strange pushed a big circle onto them. We'll never see him again.
This kid's like, problem solved. Don't worry about it.
Pretty sure there's some food in here. Wong. And then gone.
Fortunately, Nando, this movie's not going to be as vapid and vacuous about its politics as that show was, right?
No. No, I mean, maybe not this version, but one of the versions probably had something to say about. I mean, listen, this movie has something to say about whether a president should or should not work with bad guys and become the Hulk at the end, you know? And that's not nothing. Start a war with Japan. You know, they shouldn't do it. But okay. So Captain America goes to this thing. If for people that haven't seen the Captain America show, besides the fact that he obviously has this shield now and he has wings, these are different wings that he got from Wakanda. So the guy, Joaquin says this to the guys, but like the Wakandans gave him wings to have Black Panther powers about absorbing kinetic whatever and stuff. And they can also just do whatever the fuck he wants. He can mind control these things, I guess. I don't know. There's stuff that will happen much later with the wings where I'm like, they've never done that before. But even the bit where he like, remember when they shoot at him, then he puts the wings up and then the bullets just bounce back at the guys? Mm-hmm. The fuck is that? Like, yeah, this is, I don't know, whatever. It's pretty cool. And he also, and this is something that is very important and will come up a couple of times in this, does not have the super soldier serum.
Yes.
He is a normal man who can go from Mach 2 or whatever to ground with a little and then be fine. You know, he could just also he takes it.
There's a little like sonic boom when he hits the ground that knocks a bunch of guys over, and he could just
a sonic boom that he is ahead of by enough time that he gets to be like, wait for it. So like he's going so fast.
Also, he could just get stabbed in the chest with not his Falcon suit on. Just get stabbed in the chest, no problem.
I mean,
he's great.
He's Captain America, but he didn't take the super soldier serum.
Now, was that an option for him to take the serum? Who has it?
For sure. Well, back in the Captain America show, or the Falcon and Winter Soldier show, there was a lot of it bouncing around. Right, so if at any point he had really gone out of his way, he probably could have gotten it.
Because U.S. Agent has it, right?
Yeah. He stole it from Baron Zemo, but like...
Right.
He could, or not like stole it from Baron Zemo, but he stole it in when Baron Zemo was trying to destroy it all because Baron Zemo hates it so much, but he got the last one. Right. But like, I'm sure if Sam had like punched Baron Zemo and taken it, he could have had it. Also, there's probably 8 other versions of this that exist, you know?
Yeah.
Black Panthers, they could insta-print the super soldier serum now in their plants. Should have sent that with him, you know? But
maybe it's
whatever.
In the suit. Maybe the heart-shaped herb is like part of the suit.
Yeah. And then, so we get a big fight scene here where Captain America fights all the guys. Sometimes it's by doing a backflip, and sometimes it's by letting the wings kill them, like we were saying. He eventually makes his way to Giancarlo Esposito, who is, you know, Giancarlo Esposito went around just being like, oh, Captain America, there's a whole big thing going on, and you're just a pawn or whatever. I don't know. It's just some bullshit. At the same time, the buyer has not come up. So it's like, you got played. But then Giancarlo Esposito's guys just drive away with the thing, which is why Joaquin Torres needs to go Falcon and get him. But while this is going on, some guy shows up and starts fighting Captain America with little blades. I don't know if any of you guys saw this, But apparently, and this was something you could only read online, those were adamantium blades. And that's why they were able to cut his suit.
Okay.
Yeah, I know.
I didn't see that. But did you... but Nando, of course, you saw... everyone's favorite guy, Copperhead.
Copperhead. Yeah. I mean, listen.
Yeah,
that is one of them.
This is a super cool and interesting Serpent Society member, Copperhead. And of course, because this is the MCU, they preserved all the things that make him kind of unique and interesting, right, Nando?
Yeah, he has two little things, two little knives. And, you know, they could have given him no knives. So you should actually be very grateful, Diggins, because like snakes have knives, kind of as teeth. So I don't know about copperheads, but maybe. I don't know.
I mean,
but if you look at what they, pretty cool. It's like Sam got bit by a snake. What are they supposed to do? All have arm tattoos or some shit? You know, that's complicated. Why bother?
Well, don't worry, Nando. If you were concerned about that, they do wear big patches on their suits that say Serpent Society.
Serpent Society patches. Yeah, in this, it's extra unclear what the Serpent Society is. Because, like, in the comics, they're supervillains. So it's like, that's what you do. But with this, the Serpent Society is some sort of, like, I don't know. Like,
they're just some kind of
not BlackRock. What's the word I'm looking for? What was that paramilitary group that it turned out was all over Afghanistan? Is it BlackRock?
No, what's it? You're close.
BlackRock's an investment firm.
But yeah, that's what these guys are. They're just a military group.
And they also, kind of like Sam, are just free agents, I guess, who you could just call. Yeah. Sam should join the Serpent Society. You know? Why not? I guess he doesn't have a serpent deal.
Trying to reform it from the inside.
Blackwater is what you're
Blackwater, that's what it was, yeah. That's typically how they name these, not Serpent Society. You know? They try to have a little bit lower profile, but pretty cool. Now, this was one of the roles that the wrestlers were going to be.
I know.
Yeah.
It's wild too, because the movie gives us so much exposition on like everything that's already happened, which is fine. It's like catch everyone up, and insert some new fake stuff. But like Serpent Society, they could be anyone. They could be anyone you want.
Everyone in this movie acts like we're all supposed to know who the Serpent Society are.
Ridiculous.
And I'm like, come on. No. I don't remember a lot about that Falcon Winter Soldier show, but I'm pretty sure they weren't in it.
Yeah. No, they were. They were there.
Just take it for granted, you fucks.
Look at the new credits, and you'll find a bunch of characters named like, you know, big Anaconda and stuff. And it's like, oh, I guess that guy's the Serpent Society. That guy that he kicked into a jet engine or something. Sam's been eliminating Serpent Societies this whole time.
Damn.
Fools. Yeah. It's going to be, it's really cool. What'd you guys think of this fight with this named character?
It was as interesting as every other fight in this movie, which is to say, not very.
Thank you, Diggins.
Yeah. This one, I at least at certain points, characters will turn into the Hulk, and that's something. But for this, it's just the guy.
I kind of didn't like the like wing stuff in all of Sam's fights, just because it's so CGI. Like it just pops out of nowhere and then pops back into nowhere, and he doesn't seem to like do anything to make that happen. So he might as well have like a big CGI octopus on his back that like smacks people just at random, and it would have as much relation to what he's doing as the wings do.
I do think that, like, I agree about that. I think in general, these movies really got creative with what the wings, just how they work. Like do you guys remember how these wings worked in the first time he was in these, like Winter Soldier? He like had to hold them, to make them go like a kite almost. But now he seems to be able to control them with his brain. Because even when he's flying, he's not doing anything. He's just flying. He doesn't have a joystick, and he's not making motions. So how's any of this happening? Are the wings like their own guy, like a Venom symbiote? Maybe.
They have an AI in them now.
Yeah, they have Trevor Noah from the Black Panther movies.
That's right.
That's what he's up to. Good for him. Get that cash. only what's his name can hear it. Only Sam can hear it, and he thinks he's hallucinating and stuff, so he doesn't want to bring it up and sound crazy. So he's just like pretends he's really good at these. But like Trevor Noah keeps interrupting and is like, should I turn the wings into a big turtle shell? And Sam like, yes, please. And he does that. I think the wings are bad in this movie. I think the parts where he's flying are cool, but all the rest of the shit is just so boring. Like I feel like right now, Sam Wilson is more powerful than Iron Man was around the third Iron Man movie. You know? Like
Wakandan tech is a power creep that has like accelerated.
It's so good. Yeah. They have to explain after the movie that the knives were vibranium or adamantium, just so it can explain why they scratched it. The suit, the first time I remember thinking this was like, oh yeah, that suit, they really fucked that up. And then when he shows it later, it's like, it's got a big scratch. It's not great, but like he didn't stab you through it or anything.
Right.
It's totally wearable again. But no, apparently it's like, yeah, he's got extras. So that's helpful too. But yeah, it sucks. His stupid wings suck. Giancarlo Esposito sucks in this.
Giancarlo Esposito gets to just walk out of the scene, by the way, and nobody catches him.
Yep. Well, what are they supposed to do? Fly? They can't fly. They're just guys. It'd be funny if you walked the wings like a little chicken, because that would be better. But you know, that's the thing about the Serpent Society. They're just little snakes, secret little guys. They probably have a tunnel or something. I don't know. But yeah, it's not like it's not like they had a big thing on it, a big heat signature bullshit thing tracking everybody the whole time. You know,
right, that
so
would be ridiculous.
There you go. Yeah. Giancarlo Esposito's in this. Now like we were saying, he was apparently two other guys. The one was Cobra, a different Serpent Society guy, but pretty much the same one. And then Rose Salazar was supposed to be in this as Diamondback, who is like another Serpent Society one with pink hair. That's only important because she got a McDonald's toy that was released last year. Yeah, so as proof that she exists. But
I would like to have a McDonald's toy of myself to prove that I exist.
Me too. That would be helpful. Yeah, I mean that'll be helpful in the near apocalypse where we'll have to identify ourselves by like cool tattoos or like our McDonald's toys.
Yep.
But
or our big Serpent Society patches.
Yeah. Also, that one guy, I remember he says this. He's like, "I'm gonna collect your star," just like I did the other ones. When the movie ends, I went and Googled, "Is there a guy named Star Collector or something?" And there's not. That's just the thing, I guess, that he says.
Yeah.
Who other stars did he get? What other Captain Americas has he killed since then? I don't know.
He's like David Harbour in that Black Widow movie. He's just like, I definitely fought Captain America before, and everyone's like, that literally doesn't even make sense with your timeline.
I love that. I like the idea that he did fight Captain America and he fought the Black Captain America, and he just cannot convince people. I know what you're thinking, but he was a black man and he was Captain America all over the place. It was like Captain America's white. I know, but they had a secret Captain America that they don't tell you about. Just losing his mind. And speaking of, we'll get to Secret Captain America. First, Ross is very sad because his daughter doesn't like him. So
I would be really sad if Liv Tyler didn't like me.
Yeah, how do you think she feels about us, just generally? Like she is. You think she has like a general likes person view of humankind? You know,
if she thinks of us at all, it is probably as worms. Would be my guess.
That's fair. Where's she from? Is she from Jersey? Or is that just because Aerosmith? Well, not even Aerosmith. What do I think she's from Jersey? Is she in a movie?
Does the first
she in that
Hulk
Jersey
take place
Girl
in
movie?
New Jersey?
No. I don't know why I think this.
No, Princeton, right? I think it does.
Oh, yeah, they do go to Princeton at one point. Oh, she's from New York. Okay, I was close.
Yeah, well, there you go.
Yeah, so good for her. I mean, not good for her. Well, good for her. New York's nice. About to get more busy on the weekend, so that'll be fun. Then Sam goes and meets with some guys and gets like a little debriefing and stuff. And this movie just does not stop moving, because after the debriefing, we immediately go to the gym to train Joaquin to be new Captain America. And he trains with Isaiah Bradley from the show, who, like, because they expect a lot of people to not have seen the show, gets the full explanation of I was super soldier back in the 80s, and then they put me in jail and stuff, and I hate America now. Cool.
And, it seems fair. But also, this is the movie instead of the TV show no one watched. So I'm a lot less angry about it.
Well, right? You want to hear something? Because I know some things about things that were in this movie, or I've heard rumors. Apparently, he was going to be in the original fight as a Captain America friend. Like, he was going to help, because the Serpent Society was going to be more than just one guy with two knives. So he was going to help beat him up. And that's why it's weird that he just kind of shows up here as like, I'll train you to box. Because he's part of this group, whatever it is. I guess he owns this gym. Is it his job? Good for him. He probably shouldn't break everything in the gym then, if it's his gym. Like, to be fair,
it's not good business.
Yeah. And maybe that's why you get it, so you can destroy it. And that's fun for him. But yeah, we learn.
They say that the two best days of your life as a gym owner are the day you buy the gym and the day you destroy everything in it.
Yep, that is true. Joaquin Torres, this character has read, he's read the Hollywood scripts, so he knows his whole deal is to go, "You're old man, sir." And that old man goes, "You're young boy, sir." And then they just kind of yell at each other about that a little bit. It's pretty fun.
Damn.
I kind of like Joaquin Torres in this. I don't even have a problem with it. Now, obviously, Carl Lumbly's good in it. I couldn't have guessed. How would you even identify that?
That was so funny to me. Can I say, this is the end of the movie we're talking about now, where he's like, when I grew up, all the superheroes and cool guys were so far away in my little place that's nowhere near where all cool people are. That's right. Miami. Like, what the fuck? I thought you were saying you were in like Guatemala or something.
Yeah. Well, in Miami, I don't know. Isn't that where Iron Man 3 takes place or something? Isn't that where the Mandarin's secretly living and they have a big fight with all the Iron Man suits? So I did not see that. Maybe he wasn't alive for it. I don't know how young any of these guys are, if he got blipped or not. He's also wearing a big University of Miami shirt during most of these scenes too, I think. He's very Miami coded.
There's a Miami Heat jacket when he's in the little base.
Yeah.
No Dolphins. Come on, man.
Well, he's cool.
Well, he's only a fan of the teams that are good.
Exactly. Yeah.
Well,
I mean, that's great. It's good that they gave him character that they can ignore in the next movie. Remember how Sam used to live in Louisiana on like a shrimp boat or something?
And he had a sister,
he was like
something.
Fixing it. Yeah, he had a sister. He had cousins or like nieces and nephews, and he had like money problems and stuff. And
now he just lives in DC with his boyfriend Joaquin Torres.
Yep. In their big giant office with no ceiling and a humongous window.
That's right.
Pretty good. That's the dream. Go from New Orleans shrimp boat to big giant office. Yeah, and he talks to Carl Lumbly and they recap the events of the original show, so that's helpful. And then they get invited to Washington by President Ross, because he wants to make peace or something. And Sam is going to take Joaquin because Joaquin is like a hero from this little mission or whatever. And he's going to take Isaiah Bradley. That's nice of him, kind of. I mean, Isaiah's like, I don't want to go, but it's like, please. And he does.
Isaiah's like, I don't really want to be a prop at an event for an institution that kept me in prison for 30 years.
Yeah, especially for the president that like hunts super soldiers or something. Like that feels like it's pretty off brand for me.
Yeah. And Sam's like, it would be cool and good if you did, though. And Isaiah's like, why? And Sam's like, and then they cut to the next scene and he's doing it.
Yeah, it's really like Sam just makes the face at him and goes, well, do better. And he's like, if you say so, sir. Captain America used his one power on me, told me to do better. And I don't know if this is how this works. So what is this event they go to? A big metal unveiling or something?
I guess.
The president gives a big speech.
Guys, we found a one. We found a new one.
Yeah. It's been a while. We got one.
Every time we find a new medal, you didn't know this? It's actually in the Constitution. It's the president's duty. Every time we find a new medal, you have to get up in front of all the world leaders and announce it. It's really annoying. Like in the mid 20th century when we were discovering all the new elements and shit.
Oh my god, yeah.
Eisenhower and Kennedy and Johnson.
Every other day.
Every day they were in that room. Like, we found another one. All right, I know no one cares anymore. This one's Ubignium. Okay?
Right, yeah. Don't worry. It's, it's probably radioactive or something. You'll never touch it. I mean, if you touch it, you'll probably turn into Hulk, and then that'll be a whole thing. But, very important, it is both medal unveiling ceremony and also, like, Met Gala or something. Because there's, like, celebrities show up, and there's, like, step and repeat for pictures. They are brought to this in a limo that I assume the president sent them. I don't think Sam rented a limo for this. Yeah, if he did, he probably wouldn't have rented a big enough one to fit 20 guys, because there's really only 3 of them in it. So, like, what the fuck is going on? What's happening,
I guess it's supposed to be some kind of, like, state dinner.
Yeah.
Because there's all these foreign heads of state. Yeah, I mean, this does happen. Remember when Mark Zuckerberg went to the one with Xi Jinping and was like, please, sir, name my child. And even Xi Jinping was like, that's fucking weird, my guy.
Yeah, that was pretty funny. I think, this is the kind of thing, too, in the other Marvel movies where there'd be some weird cameo or something. This is where Elon Musk would show up in, like, Iron Man 2. I know. But, like, who would that be here? Like, Jake Tapper or something? I don't know. You don't get any of those, though. It's a bummer. Also, Carl Lumbly wearing a suit from his wedding. Well, that's important for later. Cute. It is cute. I liked him in this movie, regardless of the whole thing. I was like, his part was good. And this is like, apparently, this is not just the metal unveil. The metal unveiling is that's the plot. But there's also, this is about the Celestial, because we all have to talk about the Celestial.
Mm-hmm. It's back, baby.
You guys and all your listicles. Fuck you, we're doing it. We're tired.
For some reason, everyone knows to call it a Celestial, even though the big premise of that movie is that no one else on Earth knows that.
I mean, okay, so who could have told them?
The leader. He's like,
Thor?
I calculate it's a 90% possibility that this thing is called a Celestial. And Thunderbolt Ross is like, what? That doesn't make any sense. You can't just derive knowledge from nothing. You have to be basing these calculations on something. And he's like, there's a 90% chance I can derive knowledge from nothing.
There's a 90% chance I banged your mother last night. It's like,
oh, shit, man, the leader's got us.
My mother's dead.
Well, that's how bad a guy he is, yeah.
Look how fucked up I look. You think I'm not into that kind of shit?
Oh, man. This is a bad guy. We got to put him in a little prison and give him all kinds of cool stuff. And a phone or something. Just, like, see what happens, But also, this is, the Celestial thing, now that I think about it, for people that don't know, we learned that the Earth was hollow, or like had a little baby, like Galactus-y kind of thing in it.
Was a baby alien.
Yeah, and its whole deal was to grow out of the Earth, eat the Earth, absorb all of our life force, and then use that to create other stuff. So, like, this would have been a big sacrifice for Earth, but it would have been good for the universe and stuff. Anyway, and the Eternals' jobs was to make that happen, and they didn't know about it, or it's not. It's whatever. Some of them find out and they rebel, and then eventually they kill it by turning it into, I guess, partially at least, a new metal. But it's a big island in the Indian Ocean, or something like a archipelago or whatever. I feel like India, they get it, right? How does this work? I mean, if an island shows up next to India.
It would depend where in the Indian Ocean. The Indian Ocean is very large, and there are other countries in it.
For some reason, I feel like we see it on a map once, and I was like, that's close enough to India that I think it should be India's. Where is the Celestial
Like, it could be closer to the Seychelles, Maldives, Sri Lanka, Comoros, Madagascar. A lot of countries it could be close to.
Yeah, I wonder. I could have sworn I'd have to find. I'm sure we'll see it eventually, but there's got to be a map somewhere, and I guess I think it's interesting that we make a treaty as, that's nice of us. Because there's no way, right? If this happened, we would all go, let's make a big treaty. Yeah.
Well, we might be like, hey, you other thrwe.
Yeah,
big treaty that this all belongs to us.
Mm-hmm. And like like we're saying, this is represented in the movie by 3 other countries. India, obviously, as we said them a bunch. Japan, also obviously, said them a bunch. They're a big part of the movie. And then France, who was also there the day they made the thing, I guess. I don't know. But they
they at the like world leaders at the G7 summit from rumors. America and Japan and India were all talking about it, and then the French president sort of like bumbled into the room and overheard it, and they were like, fuck, I guess we got to put him in on this now.
Yeah. And also, very important, I forget if this has been, I don't think it's the same, it definitely isn't the same guy. Remember in Wakanda Forever when like people were trying to steal vibranium from the Wakandans, like the second Black Panther movie? I'm pretty sure France was like the main culprit of that. So I don't know why we're giving them another shot at this. They just want vibranium or adamantium so bad that we just gotta cut them in.
Maybe that's why we're including them in it. Like, we know you're so dedicated to stealing metals, you're gonna try to for a slice of this anyway. We're just cutting you in early. Just take care of that whole deal.
That's nice of us. That's very nice. So they get to the White House. President Ross is like, Sam, I want you to restart the Avengers. Let's be friends and do Avengers stuff. And Sam says, what if I disagree with you about Avengers stuff? And he's like, I don't know, man. Fucking what specifically? I don't care. Clearly, I haven't thought this through. I'm being held hostage by a villain. I was just kind of wanted to say this to you. I do think it is bizarre that he is eating a lollipop in this scene or something. And it is treated like a, Chekhov's gun or something. He's going to be hypnotized by lollipops, and it never comes up. Has to be one of the first draft things, right? Like, addicted to liter lollipops or something. It just feels too specific of a thing.
Well, it's no cigar, but it's better than lung cancer, or whatever the hell he says.
Yeah. And I'm like, but you're the president, and it's a lollipop. Like, maybe there's something else.
It's better than that damn gum.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah. Like, it's not better than the gum. It's a lollipop, dude. Like, you look like a baby when you eat it. So, don't do that.
Joe Biden wasn't allowed to fucking have some ice cream.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you couldn't keep him off of his ice creams. But even ice cream, it's a big, giant thing. He's like, he always, every time he had an ice cream, it didn't look like an ice cream I'd ever want, So he was trying to fit so much ice cream into the cone. But it's
how
just
much,
a little
how many
red
meetings do you think are devoted for politicians to, telling them or managing or like making sure that they never eat a phallic object in public?
Right.
Oh, I mean, I'm sure with these guys, you can't even. I have a feeling by the time they get to the level where that would be important, they've already done it so much, they're fucked, because they always have to go to the Iowa State Fair. And I feel like there's so many pictures of them all eating those corn dogs that it's like, let them have as much as they want. Just don't, I don't know. And it's don't deep throat it like that microphone Trump deep throated right before he became president. So what do we know? Maybe we're not doing it enough. Maybe that's something that we should think about.
That got him the dub.
Exactly. And, I guess President Ross did something similar, even though he was a Democrat, but, he crossed party lines and whatever. What did you think of Harrison Ford in this scene? this movie and stuff, but like when he's normal.
Like, it's fine. I don't think it's anything special, but maybe I've just like been too jaded by like the movie and being like, oh, it was so good in Air Force One. But like, this is like kind of, it's not bad by any means. He's doing Harrison Ford. He's an accomplished actor. He's good at this.
I think where it runs into trouble is that the character is written very inconsistently.
Oh my God.
So like, I think in every individual moment he's selling what's going on. But like, I didn't end with a clear picture of his psychology because the movie doesn't have one.
Right.
Sam, help me be Captain America. Sam, get the fuck out of my office now, you piece of shit.
Well, to be fair, I do think that is a very good representation of what this character just is doing, which is constantly flying by the seat of his pants. Like, he has no plans. I mean, he is a mess.
By his depiction in this movie, he's an awful president.
Yeah, terrible.
Oh God, yeah.
I mean, he's only been president for like a day, 2 days, and he gets assassinated or
3
something.
months.
Like 3. Oh, it's right. It is a while. Is it? Do you think that's to line up with anything specific? Does this have to take place in May? Because that's when they thought they were going to release it. Back when it was going to be released 2 years ago in May. I don't know. But yeah. Oh, also, this is not important, but I will mention it. There's another character that gets introduced in this scene who seems to be a Secret Service agent or something working for Ross. Sam seems to know her. It doesn't matter. I don't know who this character is. I remember when there were reports that she was cast and people were like, oh, is this his girlfriend? And then she wasn't. And then, she shows up a little bit near the end and that's it. Weird.
So this is Layla Taylor.
Yeah.
In the comics, Layla Taylor was a longtime romantic interest and confidant to Sam Wilson, who is introduced in Captain America and the Falcon issue number 139 from June 1971.
Yeah. So that's nice that they put her in there, I guess. I don't know. Probably kissed him at some point in one of the drafts of the script. Got rid of that. So now she's just kind of stands there in 2 scenes. That's great. Cool.
This was a thing where, unlike with Joaquin, where I just fully forgot him and thought the movie was just acting like I was supposed to know who he was, where I was like, I guess she's in the show and I forgot.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no way they would be treating this character so casually if she wasn't someone I was supposed to know.
Especially the way they introduce her is like, I've got a friend at the White House. Don't worry. And I'm like, okay, like Captain America or Bucky or which one of the characters we already know are we playing like the pronoun game with here? And the answer is none, because it's her and she's not a character anyway. But also, speaking of not a characters, flash lights. Let's talk about Ruth, a character for no one. She shows up here. She is hovering about President Ross, and she's at this little meeting, and he's doing his little speech and stuff. But I just think we should maybe figure out what her deal is. What do you guys think of Ruth? Do you love Ruth?
I had no opinion on Ruth.
Really?
Well, okay.
Like, she wasn't your favorite? Not Ruth pilled?
No, not Ruth pilled. Were you guys Ruth pilled?
Oh my gosh. I mean, as the movie wanted me to be, hey, now the thing about it, why isn't the president having red pills? That would be kind of funny. He just gets red pills himself throughout the movie, but the pills are white. So
maybe it was they were originally red pills, and then they were like, that might risk saying something. We can't have that.
That's fair. Yeah. And then they were like, what about red lollipops? And they're like, too phallic. All right, fine. Regular white pills then. But yeah, no, not particularly Ruth pilled. What is the opposite of being pilled on something? Like,
I used to
drinked. Like, what the opposite of a pill is like when you have like an injection maybe or something. I'm Ruth injectioned or something. Because she stinks.
I'm Ruth inoculated.
Maybe, yeah. I could see that. I'm Ruth, whatever Osmosis Jones was, because he had a pill was his friend, but they were opposites. They were like buddy cop.
He's a white blood cell, I believe.
Right? Yeah. So I'm Ruth white blood celled. What about you, Diggins? What do you think of Ruth?
Now, listen, we all love our short queens.
We do.
That's true.
we respect them and we cherish them.
Yeah, it's
But
pretty much all the actresses except for Gwendolyn Christie and Elizabeth Debicki are like 5 feet tall, and it's great.
And Tar. What's her name?
Oh, Cate Blanchett. Yeah, she's quite tall.
Cate Blanchett.
Yeah.
Suddenly blanked on her name for some reason. However, it remains tragically the case that sometimes our short queens are not very good at acting.
Oh, no.
Maybe it was cue cards. All the lines were on cue cards, and they were so far from her eyes that she couldn't read them well. So she just kind of had to do it.
Listen, if you're someone whose English is not your first language, and you're, having I couldn't deliver lines convincingly in any other language, so maybe she's a great actress in Hebrew. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I can tell you that based on this movie, she's not a great actress in English.
No,
maybe that's not her
particularly.
fault. But I can only say what I saw.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I think I like this version of it though, where Diggins gets a job in Israeli cinema or something. But I think for it to fully come full circle, you need to be playing like the head of the Mossad or something. And you watch the movie and you're like, why is this person in charge of the Mossad? He's not even he doesn't even appear to be Israeli at all. And it's like, I don't know, but they decided to do it.
Well, no, see, I'm not the head of Mossad in this scenario. Mossad exists, and then I'm off to the side,
right?
And doing all the things for the prime minister. And whenever anyone asks, they're like, "Oh yeah, he's Secret Service," and you're like, "Then why is he here?"
Yeah, she's she's real weird. This is a character from comics, so that's why it's there. But that doesn't explain it because it's not a character that matters or anybody ever, really wanted. But they wrote this movie. I could have
guessed it was a character from the comics, but in this movie, very inconsequential.
What do you think? Do you know? Yeah.
Oh, I know who it is. So if you want to play a game with DJ, please feel free.
Yeah, DJ. What do you know anything? What do you know about this character in the comics? If you want to take a guess, what's her deal?
Is she a S.H.I.E.L.D. person? Sometimes you gotta guess they're a S.H.I.E.L.D. person.
No.
Nope.
I have no idea.
That's fine. Diggins, do you want to explain Ruth's backstory?
So in the comics, she is, I believe, Sabra.
Yeah.
Is essentially Israel's Captain America.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
She's the super Israel superhero.
And I think she's a mutant. I can't remember what her powers are. They're kind of weird. I used to think it was like the flying brick powers, but I think there's something else to it. I think she's a slightly more interesting power set. But yeah, she was apparently, this is interesting. The character was created by Belinda Glass, first wife of Mark Grunwald. The name Sabra was derived from a term to describe a native-born Israeli Jew inspired by the prickly pear cactus or something. I don't know. I kind of lost that bit. But she was originally envisioned to be the Israeli counterpart to Captain America, much like Red Guardian serves as the Russian counterpart. And yeah, she has the ability to transfer powers and life energy to others, apparently. That is her superpower. I don't know.
So she's like Rogue, but she can do it to other people?
Yeah. It's her mutant ability allows her to transfer her powers determined randomly and life force with others. So she has speed, strength, agility, and stuff. And she can give you those. And she also can heal pretty quickly. It's pretty weird. Not a good. I don't know. Maybe this character's good, but I feel like as far as a power set goes, it's pretty hard to explain. So that's not great. She should be like that X-Men that poops ice cream. You know what I'm talking about?
No, I don't.
Soft serve. It's a Marvel character. She's an X-Man, and she can make ice cream by pooping it. And I'm not saying it's a good superpower. I'm just saying I said it in a sentence and you all understood exactly what I meant. That's fair. Sabra has a problem compared to soft serve.
Now that I know that, I would never accept soft serve from the X-Men.
But it's good. Like, she uses mutant power to make it. As far as you know, it's a regular soft serve. You know?
Well, I'm sure the soft serve itself is fine. It still has to pass through her cheeks. And but I don't know where they've been. I don't know. At what point is it touching the tract? You know?
I guess, I don't know.
Like, how did we get here? What on earth?
Maybe she keeps it extra clean down there, you know? I mean, it's nice
Unless
and cool.
She's not
sweating or anything. Yeah.
Like, I don't think so.
I don't know. Well, you take it up with Professor Xavier and the rest of the Council of Krakoa, because everybody loves soft serve. So, you know. But yeah, anyway, so that's Ruth, Sabra. She
does need to be in this movie.
And
serves no purpose.
Her most famous comic book moment is when Hulk yells at her for not caring about Palestinians.
Yeah. She is originally a Hulk character, too. That's something.
Wow. Diggins is nodding curiously, so that's great.
No, that is true. I mean, have you seen like a picture of her or something, DJ? Back when she like came up, she was like, she does really have like a big flag costume, much like your Captain America's and such.
Oh, hey.
Yeah.
That's cool.
It is cool, you know? It's so cool they removed it as much from the movie as they possibly could.
Yeah. They were originally going to hit it a little harder, but then some things happened.
Yeah. And like, it's crazy that I don't know. It's just wild. But, you know, in the end, all we get is Ruth, a former Black Widow who works for Ross as his head of security within the White House.
Yeah.
And for some reason has gained his trust, even though we've never heard of her before.
Mm-hmm.
And the Black Widows don't seem to know her. Like, we have other Black Widow characters, but she's not friends with them. Right. She is from Israel or something, which is another thing about the Black Widows that I did not know, is they're not all Russians. But I guess that's something. They would just grab people from all over, which makes sense if you want to have spies.
Takes all
it just
time.
hasn't, as far as we know, I don't know when they started doing that, because this is the first of that we've ever seen.
I would be like, but Black Widows are trained to know multiple languages and be able to seamlessly blend in. So why do you speak with a distinct Israeli accent?
Great question. And why do we just assume everything you say is true if you're Black Widow? Aren't we always like, oh, there's some level of subterfuge or something? General Ross should be so suspicious of this character. Yeah. The only other character that should be more suspicious of her is the guy that he beat in the election that wants us to execute all of our alien neighbors and whatever. But like, besides that, this is the guy who's not like, oh yeah, I'll just let the fucking Black Widow 2 become my new head of security. And I feel like her whole deal does seem to be, though, that like she knows about the leader shit and she's like, let me be in charge or else I'll tell everybody. Because she's aware of that and she seems cool with it, I guess. What the fuck is this? Why are we doing any of this? Like, what is she doing here? Israel isn't even one of the countries that's trying to get the vibranium or adamantium.
I ask myself that every day, Nando. Why the fuck are we doing this?
Why are we doing this? You know?
What are we even doing here?
What are we even doing?
But yeah, so General Ross gives a big speech in his little bubble of speech. He tells about vibranium, the wonderful metal that can do all kinds of great things. It's the most versatile metal in the world. Excuse me, adamantium. I said vibranium by accident because that's what.
Well, he's like, we have a better one. He's like, we have one. We're gonna take all of it, and guys, we're gonna make a whole thing where we put it inside a guy. It's gonna be amazing.
Yeah, we're gonna get one guy, and then a couple more guys.
Guy.
Yeah, he's gonna be so cool. And I think it's interesting about this is like, that's kind of what I feel like vibranium usually is. Adamantium is usually just the strongest metal, right? Like, and this is from comics. They're pretty poorly like defined usually, but like, yeah, vibranium's the one you could do whatever with, but I don't know. I mean, this is General Ross's marketing, so who knows?
They had to reverse them because they didn't have the rights to adamantium until now.
Yeah. And so then they're doing the thing. Everybody's watching it. It's going great until a song plays. A little random song. Whatever. It's Mr. Blue, which Diggins, you would know if you had seen Incredible Hulk, is the code name that leader uses to identify himself over the computer. So that's why it's that.
He's Mr. Bluesky.
No, well, it's not Mr. Bluesky. It's a different song than
no,
that,
which
I think is
it's
so
not
weird.
That song. They use that in Guardians, I know.
Exactly. They should be using it, but they already did in the good one, so they can't hear. But then Isaiah and then a couple of other guys all jump up and try to kill the president. Like, they don't, but like they seem to, and then they run away, and then it turns out they're all mind controlled and stuff. Wow.
Great stuff.
It'd be pretty cool if this happened, you know? Not like cool that they tried to do this, but just like, can you imagine being like the president was doing his little mineral chat and then 5 random guys just tried to murder him, and some of them are secret guys and some are like friends of Captain America. Just be like, can you imagine living in this world? It'd be so much. Instead, we have a normal world where stuff happens and it's like, that's not a big deal. Whatever. That's just the news, baby. I don't know. Man, it's pretty crazy.
Man, if what a world it would be if we lived in a world where people just randomly took shots like that. I mean, of course, that's not anything any of us want.
No,
obviously.
never.
But imagine if we lived in such a world.
Never. I would never want anyone to do that to what we've determined is a democratically elected president, President Ross. And he goes into the little bunker. And Captain America yells at him. And Ruth is there because this is the scene that Ruth is in. And she's like giving Sam so much fucking shit for a character that we've never seen before. It's so weird. But, you know, she makes a lot of good points. I mean, they're not good points, but she says a lot of things about like, that guy tried to assassinate the president. And Sam's like, but it's mind control, right? Like, it's clearly mind control.
Yeah, it wasn't
and
him.
Nobody even entertains this idea. They don't even let him say it in the movie. And I don't know, what characters do we know in the MCU that could do mind control besides like Druid the Eternal?
Loki does it in the first Avengers.
Yeah. There you go. Yeah. I feel like if you're Sam, you just go, oh yeah, it's a Loki thing. And then he'd go, oh yeah, probably. And he'd still go, that guy shouldn't be able to be at the next medal ceremony. Like, we should keep him in like a little field, but he's probably not a guy who randomly decided to murder the president. And yeah, cool. It's good that they do that. But now President Ross hates Sam because Sam was there and brought this guy.
So insane. This
is
like
very clearly not involved in any of this, but yeah.
I mean, I had a flashing light for this, but it's like Diggins kind of made this point, but like the inconsistencies of like, oh, well, I want to work with you, Sam, to fuck you, get out of my office, I hate you so much. And then Sam's like, well, I guess we're rogue now. And it's like, it's so fucking hapless.
As opposed to what? What were you before, Sam?
And it's also like the basis of it is Sam's like, I want to conduct an investigation to figure out what happened. And Ross is like, no, fuck you. Ruth, conduct an investigation to find out what happened.
Well, I do remember not exactly the line, but the vibe of the line that really like made my head explode in the theater. This he says like, what do you think, Captain America investigating his friend who just shot the president? Can you imagine? I'm like, yeah, what would we even call that? Captain America Civil War? The movie you were in last time? Like, this happens all the time. No one but Captain America's friends keep trying to assassinate the president. So, I don't know. Why don't we just skip the part where we hunt him and they can become a good guy and then we can move on. But he's
also, isn't that the point of having a Captain America where it's like he's a really cool and good guy that we can trust?
Yeah.
Like, wouldn't having him investigate this be good?
I don't know. I mean, it comes back to the fact that we have no idea what his skill set or position in any of this is. But like, it does seem like he runs a detective agency or something, like the kind of detective agency that like Mary Kate and Ashley Olsen run. So like, maybe this is just a little too on the nose. I don't know. I also don't think if I were President Ross, I would let Ruth touch any of this because I'd be very suspicious of her, the former Black Widow, because that's the other group of people that's known for hypnotizing people is the Black Widows. They love that shit. So why wouldn't you fire her? But I guess, again, she has compromat on him because she knows he's using the leader to cure his red room or his...
Does she have the P-tape?
I mean, Yeah, I think Harrison Ford would do that. Like earring Harrison Ford? Yeah, I think so. And it would be, be pretty embarrassing for him.
Yeah.
Do you think if the P tape came out today, it would matter?
No. Deep fake. It's not real.
Yeah, but
there's no fucking way.
I'm thinking, what if it is real? Right? What if it's real and he's like, this is real.
And it's spectacular.
Yeah, and he's like, but it is pretty cool. Do you think that would be enough?
It's not taking him down. There's nothing is taking that man down.
No,
nothing.
I don't think so.
Yeah. So then Sam goes to jail, not goes to jail, but goes to the jail to visit his good friend Isaiah, who is now in jail. Really, this movie fucking sucks for Isaiah. Like, and that's obvious from, watching the movie, but just like looking back, I'm like, man, I imagine he had like a scene where he was cool that was gone in the reshoots because we're talking about this. Like, he got to put on a Captain America outfit and like do a big action scene. And then it's just like, nope.
Nah.
Just sat in jail. That's good, I guess.
I thought it was cool when he, did that big table flip in the White House. That was cool.
Mm-hmm.
And he did try to do a big murder, but still pretty cool.
Yeah, but he was trying to, who can say what's bad or good about, attempted assassinations?
Plus, he got to steal a cop's gun, which is like top 10 things to do in the world.
He probably prevented a lot of murders by doing that.
That's right. Yeah, it's pretty cool. But instead of being cool for that reason, he goes to jail to visit his friend, or Sam goes to jail to visit his friend who is in jail. And then
as part of his investigation, this is hard nose investigating.
So this is something that I think is weird. He's led into jail by a friend of his, like through like a connect. He's got the hookup. But then also Ruth is like, you gave him the hookup? Good. She's also working behind the scenes so that she can be in the movie.
Who's controlling whom?
Why? Why bother?
I mean, I guess the idea is she knows Isaiah won't talk to her. Mm-hmm. So like he could, like, by listening in on their conversation, she can get the information he won't give her. But also, I don't think anything he says really matters.
Nope.
This
would make sense if this actually happened in the real world. And it was like, they did have that conversation. So you got to put that in the movie. But yeah, this got that interesting moment where it's like, when do the characters go to the bathroom? And it's like, well, they don't show that in the movie because it's not relevant. It's like, what about this scene? Not relevant, but we saw it. So it's kind of avant-garde in that way.
Well, we could say that about a lot of this movie, Nando.
No, it's all, I feel like it's, fair, but I feel like in general, this movie is like plot, 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 plot. Like there's so little time to just chill and like, have a little character building scene because we just have to keep traveling from plot to plot. Like right after you do this, they just go right to like them watching computers of the screen happening. And then they're like, oh, it's the screens are what got them. Which that's true.
Yeah.
Good to figure that out.
We got to get off our screens. It's just making us bad people.
Yeah, the point of Captain America: Brave New World is that the dang kids are on their phones too dang much.
It's true.
And the dang olds, they're all even on their phones more when you really get down to it.
Yeah. I will say the weird thing about just the scene real quick with what's her face, not Black Widow, Ruth.
Mm-hmm.
I love that the movie tries to like position her as like a villain. It's like, oh, she must be the bad guy. She's working for the president, but like not be it something that they want to commit to in any way. I think it's another thing about this movie that makes it kind of weak sauce is it doesn't commit to anything. Like it never decides to be about a certain thing. It's just kind of playing all over the map.
It's about that it would be bad if the president, like we said, worked with a bad guy and turned into a big red Hulk. And
that is true. That is bad.
Mm-hmm.
But I do think it's weird with Ruth because, like we were saying, like there's no front with this character.
Yeah.
Even though she is a Black Widow, and it's very clear that like the Black Widow thing was not part of the original origin. They just kind of worked that in so they could give her a reason to kind of exist in reshoots when they took away all the superpowers and like Israel connections, even though they left one. But like,
I think it was going to be pretty hard to describe, to hide the fact that she is Israeli.
Right.
And they also had to give her the same cool jacket that all the Red Room people have, but hers is a blue
we'll get to her
outline.
little costume.
Yeah, we'll get to it.
But where was I going with that? But yeah, they don't even try to pretend she's a bad guy. I mean, especially if you've seen the McDonald's toy. But if they like, I feel like this movie, I don't know, when did they, like the first time they announced this movie, they were like, we're making Captain America Brave New World, and we're bringing back the leader to be the main bad guy.
Yeah.
They hit him in all the trailers. They really like, he was there, and like if you recognize the voice, you'd be like, oh, that's probably Tim Blake Nelson. But which I find strange, because like if you've paid any attention to the development of this movie, you'd know that he's in it. But
yeah,
well,
so she
Nando,
not like she can't be a bad guy, but she wouldn't be a very like it's not impossible, but it's like there's probably another bad guy, and it's that guy.
I would say there's another iconic character in this movie that the movie treats like it's a huge surprise when they show up. Even though I would say the marketing was a good 50% that character.
Well, that's just how these are done. It wouldn't be cool if it wasn't, though. It'd be a fun surprise. Then nobody would see it.
Wasn't in the movie.
Well, which one are we talking about?
I'm talking about Red Hulk. How Red Hulk is a big surprise at the end of the movie, even though every ad was, there's going to be a Red Hulk in this one, guys.
Everything. It's on the damn poster.
Yeah, some of the posters were just Red Hulk, like little Captain America, big Red Hulk. So, but I'm saying like it would be kind of cool if it seemed like he wasn't going to be in it, and then at the end he turns into Red Hulk, and you'd be like, oh my god, it wouldn't be that cool, but it'd be a little cool. Kind of the same way that like it would have been cool if they had hid Hulk in Ragnarok. If they hadn't put him in the trailer, you would have been like, oh my god,
these people can't help themselves. Like
yeah,
we'll see what they give away about the Fantastic Four trailer. About it's like, oh my god, that guy's gonna be in it. Like I'm
Herbie.
Sure. Yeah,
Herbie's the big one. It's like, fuck, they gave the game away. I wanted
Herbie
it to be my
from
big
Marvel
secret.
Rivals. Can't wait.
They're gonna be of a trailer where sexy Lady Galactus shows up and she's pregnant.
Better move that vehicle, she says to the Fantastic Four. About their little souped up Cadillac or whatever it is they drive. Yeah. Oh man, gosh. Galacta. But speaking of moving that vehicle, Sam goes for a drive where he talks to his, like we were saying, his live-in boyfriend, Joaquin Torres. And Joaquin Torres is like, I watched the video and something very obvious happened if you've seen it once, which is confirmed by Ruth doing that at the exact same time and also seeing it and going, what is this? But while that's going on, an attack happens, you guys.
Oh no.
From another villain, another Mr. Reshoot villain, Sidewinder. He's back, baby.
Sidewinder.
Oh no.
Yep. And he shoots Sam a lot, but it doesn't work.
And he stabs him. Can we talk about this? He stabs him in the what's oh gosh.
It's flashing lights and then you stand up his bed.
It's flashing. Oh my god, this light can't stop flashing. He stabs him in the fucking chest. And like, good. He's got a Kevlar weave. But like, no, fuck you. No, I don't care that he's a Kevlar weave. That's not how that works at all. The fuck is wrong with you?
He stabs him in the chest and there's little blood. Like you can see blood.
Yeah.
So like the bullet, or the bullet. It went in there.
We see his rippling pecs and he's got a big bandage where he got stabbed.
And he doesn't get stabbed with like, I don't know, like maybe if it was like a pocket knife, like I don't know, maybe it's like a glancing scratch, but this is like a for real, like this is a Craven knife. Like, what the fuck are we doing?
It's pretty weird too, because even Sidewinder in that moment seems to be like, oh wait, what the fuck is going on? Like, you shouldn't be able to get stabbed by my knives. And I'm like, correct. But
it's against the rules.
They forgot that this is the thing with the movie. Like, and I said this in like my video, I think like they go to a lot of trouble to complain about the super soldier serum and stuff, but it's like you might as well fucking take it because the movie thinks he took it a bunch. The movie, like this scene is like a scene that makes most sense if he's a super soldier,
right? And
he's just surviving explosions and shit that should kill a normal man, but just doesn't because he doesn't concern him. And
maybe you guys' perception is skewed because you're not big muscle hunks like Anthony Mackie.
Oh, I see.
The more muscle you build up in your chestal region is actually kind of like a plate of metal.
Yeah.
Like across your chest. Like the knife, like, yeah, broke the skin, maybe got some blood in, but like it actually, like a cartoon, if you were paying attention, like scrunched up as it hit his rock hard abs.
Yeah.
Or pecs, rather.
Well, abs too, because he
gets
gets axed in the abs a second later.
Yeah.
With the little hatchet.
Those must be fine as well. I guess, oh my God, is the secret that Sam Wilson has all the adamantium? Did he get there first and then put it inside him?
I mean, maybe he's eating it, or something. Oh. Maybe like the leader is giving him pills.
It's like he's taking little adamantium pills.
Yeah, he's gonna be Wolverine. Sorry, everybody. He's Wolverine now too.
Everybody and Wolverine.
First Gwen Stacy, now him.
Mm-hmm. It's the best thing anyone could do is be Wolverine in these. So pretty cool.
There's something cooler than being Wolverine.
Speaking of things that are pretty cool, what'd you think of Sidewinder in this, Giancarlo Esposito, in this scene where he's like walking around with a gun or whatever?
There's a moment, I don't know if this happened for you guys, but it's like, come on, man, why is this him? I'm not saying Giancarlo Esposito can't play a character in this movie, but like I just cannot believe that he is like the fucking just going around with like the gun and like he's the Serpent Society's best guy to do this. They don't have someone in their fucking 20s. It's over, man. The gerontocracy is taking over, and I don't know what to do about it.
Even our villains are olds now. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, I don't like it.
That's bad.
Just like in real life, all our villains are old people.
Mm-hmm.
Giancarlo Esposito in this movie is reshoots man. He's
a
man who was added into the movie a year after they finished it. And it's like very, very obvious.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah. Yeah, it is extra funny because like it's a reshoot man who is taking the place. And I assume this is because I assume the reason Anthony Mackie, well, actually, I don't know, because they reshot so much of this movie. But part of me thinks that the stabbing and stuff in this scene is just because the villain in the actual fight stabbed Sam, right? Like the big Cobra man with the adamantium things played by the wrestler stabbed him in the original one of these scenes, and they like had to do it because he's wearing the patch and stuff in the next scene.
I see.
But like, yeah, it's kind of like that scene with Robert De Niro in The Irishman, where like he's pretending to be young and do young man stuff, but he's still like 100 in real life, so he just kind of wobbles around, and you're like, this isn't clearly something's up, and that's what this feels like to me. And like, maybe Giancarlo Esposito could beat me up, probably, but also, especially if he had like 50 knives and shit. But he also kind of sucks at this. Like, this is the other thing with Captain America in these. He's not like, I don't know. I'm not saying he shouldn't be able to fight this guy, but like either this guy really sucks or Captain America's like the greatest soldier that ever lived.
I feel like if part of what the movie says is its point, the movie and I have disagreements on this matter, is that, Sam Wilson is the cool non-superpower guy who conspires everybody by showing them what cool non-superpower guys should be. He probably shouldn't have superpowers in the movie.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
And even if he doesn't have superpower, and even forgetting all the super technology he has, which is insane, the amount of technology he has in some of these fights, like the amount of just like backflips and fucking shit he does where he like wins a knife fight against what I assume is the ultimate badass, soldier guy. It's
Giancarlo Esposito.
Yeah. He's sidewise. He seems to be the leader of the Serpent Society too, which isn't usually. I don't think how that works, but
I feel like they say that at one point, and then everything else Giancarlo Esposito does in the rest of the movie doesn't really bear that out. But I'm like, I guess.
Yeah,
totally agree. Well, totally agree.
I do think that's in this movie. The Serpent Society is the two of them, right? Like it's Giancarlo Esposito and the other guy with the knives.
Sure.
And they're like, we're the Serpent Society. Kind of like when like two friends in like second grade form a club by themselves, and it's like we're the no girls cool boys club or whatever. Like that's not a real club though.
If you say
just
so.
The two of you. Yeah. Another thing about the scene that's pretty wild to me Sam is driving a fucking brand new, like right off the lot GMC pickup truck, humongous, one of those ones that you use to hit people, pretty much.
Yeah,
and it gets destroyed. And then in the next scene, him and Joaquin go to visit the place in West Virginia or whatever, like the black site that's holding the leader, and he has another pickup truck, a different brand, because this one's electric, because it holds the shield in the front of it. But like, where's he getting all this shit from? Like, you figure if this explodes, he's gonna have a shitty one. But
the U.S. military, my friend.
Yeah,
I wish that
it all.
Maybe it was in a previous movie or something, but like I just needed someone to say a line. Boy, glad Tony Stark left all this money in tech for us. Just have it be a wand that you could wave to say all this cool shit happened.
Guys, it's just one of those cool armored electric vehicles the Pentagon bought.
Well, it's extra weird because like I wouldn't really this wouldn't bother me if the Falcon and the Winter Soldier didn't start with a character being like, "Hey, do the Avengers like pay you?" And it's like, "No, I'm broke. I don't have money from Avengering." And nothing has changed.
Listen, my aunt is going to lose her fucking house in Louisiana. I just can't do this anymore.
Sister?
Whatever.
Yeah, it's like, well, it's his family's fishing boat needs to be like fixed so that it can be used for something. But yeah, like
fishing probably.
He needs, I assume maybe Falcon stuff. Maybe that's where he sold the boat and they gave him all these cars and a big giant office with like a 30-foot ceiling or something. I don't know, but it just sucks, this part of it.
Maybe because they fixed racism in Falcon and Winter Soldier, now he can walk into banks and be like, "I would like a loan, please." And they're like, "Right away, Mr. Falcon."
That's true.
Well, now he's like Captain America. It seems like he has a higher status now that he's officially Captain America. He doesn't have to buy drinks at the bar. Like, everyone in the military loves him. Like, maybe at the beginning of Falcon and Winter Soldier, he's a nerd, and now he's a cool guy. Like, that seems to be the leap. Enough Don Cheadles and Sebastian Stans and whoever talk to him, and he'd be like, "All right, I am cool now. That's what I've decided."
Yeah, I think that's fair. And I do think, I guess, being Captain America in a world where there's no Avengers or anything, but still, like, you're a public figure, like, he's like the second or third, I don't know, highest ranking superhero in the whole world. And there's no one underneath him either. Like, I guess back when there was Avengers.
Except for Joaquin, am I right?
Well, oh yeah, that's true.
Hey.
You think he's under him? I think Falcon's the power bottom. You know, I think Joaquin is. He's the nimble young gun with something to prove. You know.
Wow.
That's just my read on it, based on how, especially the way that like Sam in the next fight, Sam's like, don't fall, go explode the missile, and Joaquin's like, "I'm gonna do it anyway because I don't give a fuck." Like, that's not bottom behavior.
What a cool thing. So
yeah,
cool.
I mean, this is like that SNL sketch. Who's on top, who's on the bottom, or whatever. And I wouldn't normally do it, but this movie does just kind of make these two guys like, I don't know, two friends that live together and hang out all the time and don't seem to know anyone else.
If it didn't seem like they lived together, I would just be like, well, they're just Marvel buddies who banter or whatever. But yeah, it's that scene where he walks into his house and Joaquin is there, or in his house that's a big warehouse filled with tech.
Yeah.
And is like, "Come on, we've got to move right now. Pack your stuff in our house that we share."
Especially also because like Joaquin doesn't, it's like Sam treats Joaquin like someone, until the very end of the movie, treats Joaquin like someone who he has to bring with him for things like this because, it's his truck too, but not like someone who he ever wants to be there. And like, he is able to hack, which is very handy. But besides that, like, he doesn't have any. Yeah, but it's not like the other one of these, like Captain America, Winter Soldier, where like Black Widow is just there bringing her own skill set, and it's like the two. Really, it's like Sam just like don't do anything. Like Sam goes into every room the same way that Jackie Chan goes into every room with Jade, and is like, "No, don't touch anything. Sit in the corner and play with your computer until I get done with all the real stuff." And that's great. And to be fair, I mean, this, Joaquin kind of fucks a bunch of stuff up later, so yeah, he's not wrong.
It's part of his character arc. You gotta fuck stuff up before you can grow.
It's funny that you say character arc like anyone has one.
Look, they're trying. They're trying very hard. I don't know.
We'll get to it, but I think there's maybe one character arc in this movie, and it's a weird one, all things considered. But they go to the leader's house. That's the next thing, probably, right?
Actually.
Yeah.
Following the trail of breadcrumb.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, so
the whole thing is framed as this like political thriller, mystery, conspiracy thing, right? Like Winter Soldier was.
Yes, well, they're trying. They're trying very hard.
Yeah,
or like Captain America: Civil War, right? Which also had some version of that.
Sure,
and like Zemo's whole deal.
Yeah. Okay. And putting aside how well those movies did it, here is the actual trail of the investigation that Sam follows in this movie.
Mm-hmm.
Sam goes to speak to Isaiah. He tells him nothing. My phone was weird. And so then he looks at the footage that they would have had to look at anyway. And they see the big conspicuous flashes that all the people who shot at Harrison Ford do later saw. It's like, okay. But that doesn't tell them anything either.
Mm-hmm.
Then Sidewinder tries to kill him. And Sam gets a phone call that's like, oh, I'm an evil man.
Yeah.
Sam, I do evil stuff. And Sam goes, Joaquin, trace that call I just got. And Joaquin's like, it's at the evil guy prison. And then they go there and they find him. And that's
there he is.
That's the whole investigation. The leader calls him and they trace it. And they find him. Mystery over.
Thank you, leader, for cutting out all the chaff, just going. Leader saw the script and was like, we don't need this. Let's just go straight to 40. Cut everything from 30 to 40.
Do you remember like the after he, I don't know if it's after he defeats Sidewinder or like in the middle of the fight, and he was like, the buyer told me that if there was a 77% chance you would try to reason with me.
Yeah.
And then
if the bomb didn't kill you, which is like,
didn't kill you, try to reason with me. It doesn't really lead to anything. And like, oh my God, it was all part of his plan, right? Because that's the leader's whole thing. It's like, I would love for him to at some point justify that, because he never really spells out like how it's all part of his plan. Just seems like a bunch of bullshit.
I mean, like, I don't think the leader is ever right about anything in this movie, right? Like, for being Mr. Probabilities with all his like predictions and shit, besides like being able to synthesize whatever this is that turns Ross into the Red Hulk, like, all really Ross wanted was like, you make me this drug or something, cure my heart disease, and I'll give you a pardon. And Ross obviously, got his heart disease cured and then didn't grant him the pardon. So right off the bat, like, did the leader with his big calculation brain go, all right, but you're going to lie to me about that, so then I'll have to do a whole nother plan to get around that. And then once he does that, like, he gets to this part, and why did he even send Sidewinder? Why didn't he just call Sam if all he wanted was Sam to show up there? Like,
well, he wanted to kill Sam, right?
Did he though?
Did
he? I don't know. He probably wouldn't send the 80-year-old or whatever. Society. Yeah, he was Seth Rollins and Rose Salazar. That would have been pretty cool. Man, this is the first movie where like there's more deleted scenes than scenes. The DVD box set is gonna come with like one DVD of Falcon and the Winter Soldier, and then Brave New World, and then 2 DVDs of extra the rest of the movie. And I feel like that scene will probably make a lot more sense there. And yeah, like, so do you think he wanted to kill him in this moment?
I mean, how does killing Captain America help? I guess so then the leader's plan doesn't get unveiled.
I guess he has calculated the probabilities that Captain America will try to stop his evil plan, so he's gotta take him out. I guess.
Yeah, like, this feels like a plot point that would make sense in a Deadpool movie, where like there's a villain who's used probabilities to figure out everything, and Deadpool's here, and that's fucking with everything because he's unpredictable or something like that, like a loose cannon. But that's not really what this Captain America is. He's just a guy, and like the idea that he is this monkey wrench that the leader just cannot compensate for. He's the most predictable character. One of the most predictable characters in any of these movies. Like, he never does anything unusual. He always does a speech, flies around, like stops the things, like
very straight-laced.
Yeah. Like, I don't know, who's the guy in these movies in the MCU now, so not counting Deadpool, but like who's kind of a loose cannon besides, I guess, the Hulk, kind of,
Ant-Man?
Yeah, maybe.
I guess.
Rocket Raccoon?
Yeah, you know what, Star-Lord, any of them who kind of don't play by their own rules, and like the leader can't even understand. But like, I don't know, man. It's just like, it's so weird that's how, like, that every time Sam escapes the leader's plan, the leader kind of goes like, that was kind of what I wanted, though. But then he turns the corner and goes, shit, he destroyed my plan again. And like regroups. Because all he seems to want at any point in the movie is to make General Ross so angry that he goes Red Hulk and fucks everything up.
But how does...
By the end of the movie, they explicitly say that's all he ever really wanted to happen, was for Ross to freak out.
But how does that help his plan? Because then he's not going to get his pardon that way. Is it just like, fuck it, I'm all on revenge?
Well, yeah, I think he says at one point when he's on one of his creepy phone calls with General Ross, he's like, we're past the point where I'm getting out, so I'm just going to ruin your life.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, and also he just like breaks out of jail by just doing it. Also, like, well, he doesn't really need the pardon.
It seems like he controls this prison when they get there, and he probably could have just left whenever he wanted.
Yeah,
that's fair.
But yeah, he just so that's pretty cool that he does that. And yeah, the plan, they just go to this place in even when they go to the place in West Virginia, they're like, there's like the veneer of that they have to break in and have to sneak in, but it's really just, again, like we kind of talked about this with Air Force One, like it's like a little Metal Gear Solid mission where they have a 30-second window to like run over to the thing and hack the door and open the door, and then they're good.
It doesn't matter even a little bit. It doesn't fucking matter.
There's no motion sensors or anything once they get in there. Guards watching shit.
They do mention that they put it in the West Virginia, was it like the Kepler exclusion zone or something like that, which is a real like area in West Virginia where like cell phones just don't really work, and because there's a lot of radio interference. Because a lot of like government like radio towers or like satellite dish stuff is there. I don't know the actual thing, but I know that there is an area in West Virginia where like cell phones and stuff like that don't work. And that's never important.
Nope.
Yeah, no, not at all. Also, it's kind of weird because they make this point, like when they talk about the prison, when they're like, once Joaquin has looked it up, he's like, it seems to be a prison for one guy, or no one's ever been there. Like no one comes and goes. There's like a bunch of guards, but like we can't see it and stuff. And then they figure, oh, that's probably where the leader is being held. Has the Hulk never looked into the leader? Has he never been like, what happened to that guy?
Yeah, what happened to Mr. Blue? Yeah.
Seems like he was got. I guess that he doesn't even know he got gamma gunk in his head, though, right? No, like he wasn't there for that. So.
So I guess he probably just, probably died in Harlem, like all those
other
people.
Yeah, you'd figure he just exploded like the rest of them. So, yeah. But also weird that Blonsky never checked up on him, a character who like is freed from jail in the She-Hulk show. And like, I don't want him to like go kill him, but like just kind of Google him, I guess, or something.
I mean, I didn't watch that movie. Did they have a particularly close relationship?
Oh yeah, no, Blonsky. So Blonsky is like a guy who's like a, I don't know, mercenary or something Ross hires to track down the Hulk with the army, who Ross gives the super soldier serum to, but like a shitty one. And over the course of the movie, Blonsky kind of gets like, he looks like he didn't get any sleep and then sweaty. And then also his spine is kind of weird and he can like jump real fast, but besides that, nothing. Like he's not a super soldier. I think they go to the Hulk and Betty go to Mr. Blue in Harlem, and because he's supposed to cure the Hulk, and it turns out he has all these experiments he wants to do with Hulk blood, and Banner's like, don't do experiments with Hulk blood, and he's like, but it's so cool. And then the army comes and arrests Banner, I think, at that moment. But then Blonsky goes to that guy and he's like, you can make Hulks, right? And the leader's like, oh fuck yeah, I can make Hulks. Let's go. And then Blonsky gives him Hulk blood and turns him into a big giant, Leader gives Blonsky Hulk blood, turns him into a big giant monster man, and gets hit with a big, like, there's like the blood thing breaks and it falls into his brain, and that's why he has big giant Leader brain. Yeah. So he's 100% responsible for this, and that's why when this movie kind of treats him like the fall guy, there's one point I can't remember when, but it's like, I don't know, the movie forgot that like he was fully in on everything that was going on in Incredible Hulk, and doesn't deserve to be, I don't know, like pardoned for it,
or at least was not an innocent victim.
Yeah,
no.
And like, yeah, it's pretty weird.
It is strange that at the crux of this Captain America movie isn't only like reliant on stuff from a almost 2 decades old movie at this point, but a 2 decades old Hulk movie. If this Captain America movie relies heavily on this old Hulk movie.
Yeah.
Well, if you were a real fan, DJ, you would have watched Incredible Hulk every year, as you watch every Marvel movie every year, and so it would be fresh in your mind.
Yeah.
And you would have like whined on the internet like we all did. When are they going to show us what happened to the Leader? And then they were like, fine, we'll do it in one of these. And you'll be like, not that one. And it's like, we can't ever satisfy you nerds. Like, whatever happened to the big Celestial? It's going to be in one of them.
His head's not big enough.
Yeah.
We didn't know what to do. We didn't know what to do with this Captain America movie, so we're just putting in all the stuff people complain about. Here it is.
That's
Here's
what
Harry
it feels
Styles
like.
And Hercules and all the other guys.
They should.
Scorpion.
This movie has no original ideas. Like it's just a amalgam of Marvel stuff, and it's like, hey, we're gonna vaguely just allude to the fact that there's gonna be a new Avengers. It's led by Sam Wilson. Everyone get ready for Secret Wars. So when we're like, oh, it's Avengers Secret Wars, it's like, what Avengers? It's like Sam Wilson. But then when y'all get mad, we'll make a real one with like Chris Evans, Robert Downey Jr. And then you'll all be happy again. Okay, get off our fucking backs.
What random unrelated movie do you think Blade will finally show up in?
I mean,
man,
he's gonna be in the Marvel Zombies show, but
I'm talking about movies.
Yeah, that's
what
not canon movie.
Show up in?
I mean, it's probably gonna be one of the Secret Warses or something, right? Like, it can't be. It's probably not Thunderbolts. And then I don't know if there's any movies after Fantastic Four before Secret Wars.
Universe.
Honestly,
that's the end of the MCU. No more.
They should just wrap it up.
No. See, this feels like them just throwing all of their guys away. You know, they're just like we gotta purge the MCU from random bullshit guys. Put them all in this Captain America movie, then we'll move on. No more Serpent Society questions. No more this. And then we'll be able to do whatever it is we actually want to do. Which
Superman's gonna eat their goddamn lunch. Shove them in a locker.
Out of your mind. I mean, listen, it's possible. We'll see. But I don't know. Fantastic Four's pretty cool.
We'll see.
It's pretty cool. They got all the guys in it. And speaking of all the guys, one of them's Leader in this. Got a big head. And he goes, what did you think of his confrontation with Captain America and Falcon in there? He's like hanging out there too. Just like, hey, it's me, the Leader.
Yeah, I mean, he's just kind of like, all right, you got me. Well, see you later. And then he turns on the like Captain America suppression field.
Oh my god!
Just off for no reason.
Now I couldn't tell if this was a callback because they use those in the old Hulk movie to like keep the Hulk kind of at bay because it seems like maybe sound waves can. And at least in that movie, make him stop a little bit. So, like, my brain really went to, like, did he keep the cool sound wave technology? But, like, if it's the same one, like, I feel like this would flatten Sam. Like, there's so... God damn it.
Well, he's a super soldier, so it doesn't.
Well, you do a sonic boom, too, right? So nothing fucking matters. But, like...
Yeah, well, he's immune to sound. We learned that earlier.
It's wild. This is stuff they let him get away with. But, this wasn't the point I wanted. The point I wanted was, I wanted to ask Nando, as our resident Marvel boy, not to be confused with our resident Marvel boy. That's...
Oh yeah,
you guys haven't met him yet. He's different. That's a different
cockroach
person.
genetic man.
Exactly. It's very different. Like, what makes the Leader special and cool? Typically,
smart, really smart, and he wants to turn everybody into Hulks. Usually,
smarter than Doom. Smart.
I don't know. Like Doom's like the smartest guy on Earth.
That's what I'm saying. Right?
Listen to him. So like he's probably not smarter than Doom.
Okay.
He's smarter than a Hulk villain. Like there's really nobody else. You know, the Hulk has to fight somebody. He's all big muscles, and then this guy's big brain. There's got to be one of those in his little group. But you know, he's like, I feel like the leader's maybe like about as smart as like MODOK usually. Not in these, but like they have a little club called the Intelligentsia where they team up to do stuff. So like. I mean, they're the most annoying ones, because it's also like Wizard and stuff. But there's just a lot of those guys who it's like we have a Hulk comic and we want a guy to be the mastermind behind the thing, who's our Hulk version of, you know, Mentalo or something, and it's this guy.
Okay. So what I'm hearing is that maybe he's not this like cool supervillain, and maybe his treatment in this movie is totally adequate for leader's kind of just a guy, like maybe he's smarter than the average.
He's
leader,
got a big
like,
brain.
Sure. But not in this movie. He like literally and metaphorically, he does not physically have a big brain in this movie, and he doesn't metaphorically have a big brain in this movie.
DJ, didn't you see all the like gross little pustules bubbling over the side of his skull?
Loved.
That's what movies should look like.
He looked better in the silhouette with the weird green eye, right? That was like better. And then he's not particularly smart. Like, I don't think his plans are good.
Didn't you hear about all those probabilities he calculated? There's a 62% chance you're about to shit, Captain America.
Oh my God, my
Captain
What's
America.
That? Oh no.
And then Captain America's like, I held it in, it's okay. And the fucking
there's 100% chance kick your ass. Like, that's the level of dialogue we're playing with here. Like,
I'm kind of amazed that's not an actual line in the movie. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah. Something like probability this or something as he hits him with the shield.
Or at least you never have Ross go, don't tell me the odds, or never tell me the odds.
Never tell me the probabilities.
You know what? That was probably in the script. Harrison Ford read it and was like, I'm not fucking saying that.
This is from the other one, right? No.
I guess Harrison Ford has editorial control insofar as you can't make him do anything he doesn't want to do.
No.
Now, unlike the rest of these guys who you could totally do that with.
It's jump how high, right?
Yeah.
We probably need more Harrison Fords in that aspect. We need more like pushback.
Oh, yeah.
100%,
I mean, they did get him on Air Force One in this. That's cute, right? Like, he was down on his little bicycle.
His little Peloton! His Peloton. Well,
remember when, like, that was a security risk for Biden when they were like, remember that in real life?
Yeah.
His Peloton wasn't, like secure enough. The leader should have just flashed Peloton lights at him or something. I guess he doesn't work with the lights, but like
now,
as well.
When you're Pelotoning, I know nothing about. And I know very little about Peloton. Do they see you?
I don't think so.
It's one
way.
Well,
no, I don't know actually. I just kind of assumed that would be if they could, everybody would just put their dicks on and then they'd have to turn all of them off. You know, like
I don't think it's logistically like feasible for them to be, because like first of all, it's not like every person has an individualized Peloton instructor, like
right, but there's like a group of you, so hypothetically they could see a big grid of guys and like Brady Bunch and push one and look at you know.
And I do think too that the classes, I know it's not individualized, but I think like they do some like personalized shout outs, like, oh, shout out to Katie, it's her birthday today or whatever, right? Like there's something there.
Yeah, because they have an earpiece where the person stealing all your data while he's stealing it is like, it's this person's birthday.
Yeah, I do imagine because the data all gets sent to them and they can be like, this person's not running or like biking enough, and then you can like, you know, berate them.
Yeah, like, I don't think it's completely like I unless I'm wrong, I don't think the system is like you're on your Peloton just watching an on-demand video. Like I think there's some kind of interaction. With the
for
Peloton
sure.
Thing.
Yeah,
So,
I imagine this Peloton instructor is looking at his list of guys and it's like, how many T. Rosses can there possibly be? This has got to be him, right? Like,
well, that's what I'm wondering. Like, do you know the president's on? Right? Like, what? Like, man, that's something.
Yeah, you'd be like, oh, let's not go too hard, everybody, today because he might kill the president who's like 80 and apparently has a heart condition and he's just got shot at.
He's got to do 5 miles.
He does
gotta do 5 miles.
Dr. Eccles says so, DJ.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And his chief of staff. Is that who she's supposed to be, his chief of staff?
No, I think she's a Secret Service person.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
He doesn't seem to have a chief of staff or anybody he works with
She
besides her and Sabra.
She acts so much more like a policy person or like I don't know, just not like a Secret Service person. She seems much more involved, but I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, I do think it's funny that in this movie we still don't like. Technically, you can see the vice president, but there's no explanation of who that even is.
Yeah.
Which is only interesting because now he's the president, I guess, right? Like that guy is the president in the Marvel universe.
Yeah, I guess we could talk about it at the end, but I have some questions.
We'll talk. Yeah, we'll get to it because we got to talk about first. They fight all the guys and stuff, and Ruth shows up and Ruth fights all the guys. What do you think of the Ruth fight scene?
Oh God, it's so bland, and
I mean, like, yeah, it's like every other fight scene in this movie. It's fine, I guess.
There's nothing in this movie that stands out. I mean, yes, at one point, listener, if you watch this movie, but you're like, but wait, what about when he surfed on a missile? And yeah, he surfs on a missile.
Yeah, that was
but
cool.
It's really stupid, right? Like,
no, it's cool. We like that.
No, it's not stupid enough.
Yeah.
How would you have made it stupider, Diggins?
He would have actually like stood on top of the missile and like did a surfer pose and was like, "Oh yeah," and like guided it somewhere else.
Check
That's
me out.
what Iron Man would do for sure. Yeah.
I gotta put this on the gram. What's up, fam? What's up, Cap fam? I'm here in the middle of the Indian Ocean, riding this missile, getting some sweet waves.
Yeah, you know, if there was a missile, if this was the Iron Man movie or something, there'd be a missile coming, and then everybody's like, it'd be like, oh, it's gonna hit us, and then everybody's radios would start playing that song. And it's like, and be like, what? And Iron Man would show up, and he'd surf the missile away.
Yeah,
he really fucking had a great.
Well, not everyone's Iron Man, right? Isn't Sam essentially Iron Man?
I mean, he is now, but yeah, he's. I mean, he maybe doesn't have that. Maybe he's too busy with like shit that his little drones can do, giving them more lasers and whatever. But he should, he should think about that. And then the leader escapes by deciding to, and then he did.
He used the sound machine and ran away.
Miami Sound Machine. Not the Miami Sound Machine, because it doesn't get Joaquin Torres either. Joaquin Torres is just behind Cap, and the Sound Machine is above Cap. It's not that big though. You can just go around it if you wanted to get him.
Yeah.
It stands there while the leader yells at Sam. Yeah, it really is. But then we get a scene that I love, which is the scene where Ross does yell at guys and turns into Hulk and breaks a big giant table. And it's like, there's a lot of those where like this what was her name? We already forgot, but the chief of staff / whatever, the other one, the one who should be doing the Ruth stuff, just fully sees him do Hulk stuff. And it's like, guess that table was broken before we got in here.
Are you okay, sir?
Yeah.
And the movie like doesn't even try and be like cute where it's like, oh, he put a little dent in that like old rickety wooden table we kept around from some historical fucking library. That thing was gonna go any day. It's like, oh no, our brand new marble table from the hardest marble. There's adamantium in that marble.
Yeah.
And he cracked it. No one could do that. Oh my god. And it's just like, oh, whatever.
I'm pretty sure this pipe didn't have a handprint around it when we got in the submarine, but it does now, so that's probably something we should check out.
Well, listen, you know, the movie knows you saw all the ads. You know there's a Hulk coming. We don't got to be coy.
I like that. That's a good movie thing.
Well, I guess we'll get there too. But
hey, Nando, why is he so mad that he punches a crack into that granite countertop or whatever it is?
Is it because of Japan? No. It's because it's because they leaked the thing that made Japan mad at him. Right? So it was like
it turns out that the leader, when he paid the Serpent Society to steal the adamantium,
right? Yeah,
he paid them through like a CIA hush fund.
Yes,
that he got access to somehow by cool hacking, probably.
Yeah, hacking.
And so, like, the Japanese intelligence services now gave a report to the Prime Minister of Japan, like, looks like the U.S. paid the Serpent Society, so they stole the adamantium from us. And it was all some kind of weird ruse.
Yeah, so, like, if you're President Ross, maybe you don't fully go, like, I didn't do this. Like, you don't fully say, like, the leader did it, and that's what's happening. Because he fully knows that that's what's going on. But you do figure you go, like, hey, listen, that's not what happened. Like, and then the Japanese, prime minister or whatever goes, really? And he's like, yeah, but like, it's, it's classified bullshit. I can't tell you. Like, we got shit going on. I don't know, scrolls maybe, but like, trust me, don't start World War III. It's some bullshit. And you figured that guy would go, oh yeah, all right, that makes sense. But maybe it is just Japan does not have enough superheroes for them to get what's going on. Like, they don't, in America, we use superheroes to explain everything because they're just superheroes every 20 feet. But like in other parts of the world, there should be plenty of superheroes, but there just aren't because they're mostly X-Men. So we never, like they don't have to deal with that. Or I guess Big Hero 6 would be around in Japan.
Yeah, but that was not in continuity.
Nope.
And also, they weren't in Japan. They were in San Francisco.
No, yeah, they were in Japalifornia, I guess, or something. I don't know what that.
Japanifornia. Yep, where Phoenix Wright takes place.
That's right.
Oh,
yeah. But yeah, I do feel like the Japanese prime minister really wants to start World War III, and he's going to do it no matter what, pretty much.
And unfortunately for the MCU Japan, they don't have any brave heroes with a device.
Yeah, they need brave heroes with a device. There's a lot of, well, okay. First of all, speaking of brave heroes, after that little scene, we get another scene. This is a scene where Falcon interrogates Sidewinder, and it sucks. But also,
where Falcon walks off screen from everyone else to go to a different room where Sidewinder is, so they can have a talk, just the two of them.
His hair probably grows a little bit over the walk or something, light gets really flat. But what I was wondering about this is like, there's a well, not what I was wondering, but I do want to stand up and see the thing because it's flashing in front of me. This is Marvel getting the D. There's a character in this scene that when I first saw him, was like, well, that's not who that is. Well, I mean, it didn't even crack my radar. But then when they're in this scene, they use his name, which is Dunphy. And
they
it's
don't just use his name. He's got a big old name tag and big block letters right on his chest.
And that means apparently that this is a character known as D-Man. He is, and I'm, because I was wondering, where is it? Who's, where are we going to do this? But he is this movie's first openly gay character. Because in the comics, he is gay. And he is one of the not original, but like, well, kind of. He was pretty early in, Marvel Comics. And I do think he came out of the closet before a lot of these guys did. But yeah, he's the Avenger who sucks and doesn't do anything good. So, like, I'm not surprised that they killed him unceremoniously, but still feels pretty weird. So did you guys get a sense that like this is something when you saw this? You're like, this is like a friend or something.
I didn't think that until he had the big name tag with his name in big block letters, where I was like, they really want me to know this guy's name. That probably is because he's the guy, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, makes sense.
He's a poor guy. He becomes a professional wrestler or something. I don't remember his whole deal. But the most important thing about him is he gets a costume when he becomes a superhero. And the costume is a Daredevil costume and a Wolverine costume, like mixed together. So he just looks like that. And you're like, this guy sucks. And he's like, I know. And eventually, yeah, he's, now he's just in the military, some military guy. D-Man doesn't have that many powers, so it's not like we lost out on a guy who can like teleport and shit. And then this is just a guy. He's pretty much just a guy in that too. But still weird that he's in this. Yeah. And he's like, I got a guy. Also, well, I guess his main superpower is he knows someone who he can give a pill to, who can do the like secret calculations on the pill or something. Do you guys have a guy for this? Like if I gave you a pill, yeah, like
you guys got a pill guy, right?
Yeah. Oh, everyone has a pill guy. Yeah.
No, to be clear, not a guy I get pills from. A guy I send pills to,
give mystery
so he can
pills
like do like scientific examination on it and tell me what the pills are.
He's my pill analyst.
Yeah, like when you find a pill at like the bottom of your like medicine drawer, and you're like, what is this? And you send it to him, and then he's like, Tylenol, and you're like, thanks. That guy, it's pretty good. Do you think that guy That guy was originally, I think, going to be Podcast from Ghostbusters. They didn't do it. They just didn't bother with him.
Cowards.
I know. Logan Kim was going to be Amadeus Cho, the little baby genius, the second baby genius of this movie, if you count Joaquin, who like turns into a Hulk eventually, which means I'm guessing he just starts eating the pills when he's done analyzing them. Like they probably wanted to give him a Hulk origin in this, right? Is he like,
yeah, so like afterwards they talk to him and they're like, thanks for examining those pills. You must have a lot of cool lab equipment. And he's like, what? No, I just eat the pills and then, done tests on my stool. And that's how I figure out how things are. And they're like, oh no, he took the Hulk pills.
Yeah. It's, it's pretty good. Also, I guess, did you think Dunphy drove the pills to them, or do you think he mailed these pills? Because I feel like they'd probably get intercepted, right? Radioactive loose pill, just one.
Well, there's been a lot of staff cuts at the U.S. Postal Service, so they actually fired all the radioactivity inspectors. So just there's no one checking the mail to see if it's radioactive.
That makes sense.
Damn.
Yeah, it sucks that they do that. Also, I just want to point this out. Sam has the cleanest cars in this movie. Like, just spotless cars. It really seems like he drove them off the lot.
Well, cars aren't allowed to look like a person actually owns them anymore because they all have to be commercials.
Yeah. Which of his two cars did you like better? The one that exploded or the one that had a little bit for his shield in the front of it?
Probably that one because it's not one of those child murder cars.
Yeah. That's pretty cool that they gave him that. But then they find out that the leader is going to do Japan stuff. He's got Japan plans. Not Japan plans.
Plans, if you will, yeah.
Yeah, he's going to the Indian Ocean to bother with all this stuff because there's a World War III coming. So Captain America and Falcon and Ruth, for some reason, go to this thing. And I just want to point out that in this scene, they gave Ruth a little bit of Power Rangers armor or something that she wears under her jacket. And we never see again. It's insane. True. Like, but whatever, I guess. And then they have a big fight scene and they fight the planes because Leader explained the plane, or Leader made the planes become bad guys or some shit. I don't know. What did you guys think of this scene with all the surfing on missiles and stuff?
Like I said, not dumb enough.
Should have been dumber. Yeah. Hard to imagine you'd have the traction, by the way, for just doing like a mostly nitpicking thing. Like, I don't know how your feet like connect to the missile and you just could kind of like surf on it. Like, you'd have to have like some kind of, way to connect. Otherwise,
you'd be like probably pushing it somehow with some sort of force.
Yeah.
You gotta figure he has magnets though on his little shoes, right?
He's out of everything. It's his vibranium can do it all.
Mm-hmm.
But not as good as adamantium.
No, not as versatile.
Shit. By the way, why isn't Wakanda getting in on this? If I'm them, I'm there with the whole fucking army being like, nah, it's ours now, motherfuckers. What, you gonna take it from us? You can fucking take it? Yeah, good luck. Fucking luck.
It's like, Wakanda's like Shuri and 20 guys now. So they don't really, they're kind of staying out of it for now. Also, if President Ross, the Hulk hunter, came on stage one day and was like, guys, I found a new metal. It's the best one. It's called adamantium. I'd be like, bullshit, dude. There's no fucking way. Like, so what is this? Are you trying to inflate the stock price of some company? Like, especially today, I discovered adamant coin. It's really cool, you guys. Not a meme, not a pump and dump either. But it is real. It's a real thing, adamantium,
I've heard of it.
Yeah, I've heard of it too. Yeah,
they're gonna put it inside a whole guy. Already made that joke.
A whole guy, just one guy. Yeah,
just one. No,
maybe.
Yeah.
And then his kids.
Gwen Stacy.
Ooh.
Maybe.
Can't wait.
And maybe maybe they'll do something amazing with that. Yeah, I do. And
you know what I'm referencing, right? Yeah. Okay.
DJ, do you know what this is?
I don't.
So Spider-Man is in a comic called Ultimate Spider-Man that's good and sweet, and we all like it.
Okay.
And then there's this other comic going on called Spider-Man, Amazing Spider-Man or whatever, and they just do weird shit with Paul now. And when Paul's not available, they do other weird shit with canon, like bring Harry Osborn back to life. And what they're doing now apparently is Gwen Stacy is coming back to life or something, but as Gwenpool, which used to be a different guy and is just a person from our world who snuck into Marvel Comics and kind of got a Deadpool costume because it was around, much like D-Man. But instead of that, they're turning her into like the Deadpool from the end of X-Men Origins Wolverine, and she's got like that now, and that's Gwenpool. So
okay,
it's pretty cool.
That's great.
Did you see the Paul news also, Nando?
No, what's Paul up to?
He's gonna be Venom.
Oh no, not Paul. Oh my God. I can't wait. Oh my God. I didn't know. Because there's the new Venom. I assume this is the answer to the Who's Venom thing that they've been doing for a while. Insane. Oh my God. Because they kept teasing, oh, Venom somebody. And there were like 5 guys that they were like, these are the 5 guys that it definitely could be. Like Luke Cage, I think, was one of them. What's his name? The guy who's all this shit. What's the name of that guy? I
don't know.
You know who I'm talking about? Thompson? The guy. No, the one who's everybody's little sidekick. Rick Jones. Yeah, Rick Jones was one of the guys. Alive. Yeah, I mean, he keeps coming back, I guess. I don't know. And also he was the Hulk for a while too. So I don't know when that happened, but he was going to be it. And then Viper, I think it seemed like maybe it was going to be it, but apparently it's Paul. That's so good. That's so good. They shouldn't do that. That's so funny. They know everyone hates Paul, right? Like, that's not good.
They must.
Right? Paul. That's awesome. Paul. Oh, man. I mean, like, yeah, cool. Maybe this will fix Paul. Maybe everybody will like him.
Maybe everyone will love Paul now.
Yeah. Well, anyway, speaking of Paul, we need some pallbearers because Joaquin dies. He doesn't die though, but he gets exploded because he shoots the missile from like a foot away, and that's bad to do. At this is the point, like I'm saying, where President Ross just breaks a big pipe, and everybody still is like,
because the leader gives him leader kills a whole family so he can make a phone call.
Yeah,
and he's like, General Ross, your shit sucks. You're stupid and fuck ugly. You. And also, you're dumb and no one likes you. Ooh, I bet you're so mad right now.
Your daughter thinks you're a piece of shit. It's your only soft spot, you motherfucker.
Right? Like, if you're the leader, right, and Ross gets president, doesn't pardon you, and you're like, let's get fucking serious with Ross. You just go kill her, right? How hard could she find?
Yeah.
She's kind of a public figure. I assume she's like a scientist who's in the news sometimes, at least in the Incredible Hulk movie. So just, go get her.
Especially if you've got a big brain.
Yeah.
And know all probabilities.
Mm-hmm. And he has like so much shit too. He has President Ross's like vital signs, which makes sense because he's doing experiments on him. But he's also got like a bunch of other guys' brain waves all printed out and on his wall and shit. So he's got like really good, he's hacked in. He's got Google. He's got big balls of protocol, like clearance, and
there's a lot of ChatGPT come up with stuff.
Oh God,
he figured it out.
But yeah, and then but Sam and the other one, Joaquin, avert nuclear war, or just I guess regular war. There would be a little
hot war. A little hot war.
Yeah. I don't believe Japan has nukes, so it would not be a nuclear war.
Oh, really? Good for them.
I don't think so.
Well,
they have a particular, sort of bugbear
that's fair.
About nukes.
You don't say.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Yeah.
Do you guys think that like maybe Ross would do like a little bit of a transfer on the sub, but like get it under control? Like, were you thinking?
I mean, it's kind of what he does, right? His pants bulge out; they just don't rip.
Yeah, his calves get all
it's those Johnny Drama calves, the ones that he's obsessed with in that one episode of Entourage. Doesn't come up in the movie, but no, he says it in the thing when the girl has a husband. He's like, "Look at his calves, bro." Remember that in the movie?
I try not to.
Johnny Drama loves calves.
Wiped a lot of that.
Yeah. But yeah, Joaquin explodes and stuff. Did you guys think he was going to die heroically?
No. I knew everyone in this movie would come out the way at least every named character. Sort of goons were going to die, but every named character was going to be totally fine. Even Sidewinder.
Even Sidewinder, yeah.
Did we talk about this little? Did they have the speech? No, they didn't have the speech yet, right? His little
speech?
They did. He's done. He's
they talked. That was the D-Man scene.
Mm-hmm.
Oh right. Oh my god. Yeah.
What was the speech the Sidewinder gives him? I can't remember.
He's in the army base or whatever base, and he's like,
yeah, he tells him like, I did leader stuff, and you're making it so I go to a nicer prison, so I'm gonna get out of there. And then
yeah. Right, and then Sam's like, but I'll get you next time. And it's like, is he your arch nemesis now or something? Is this your Joker?
Cap v Sidewinder.
Like, yes, yeah, I'm not coming out of this movie with a lot of, feelings about these two, but sure, John Esposito wants to. Also, one thing that we do get some really crazy Sam stuff that we've never seen Sam do before in the Big Japan scene. One that I think is wild is he has the ability with his 2 drones now to have one drone pick up the shield and do like extra shield blocking.
Yep.
And like that's like so handy.
Yeah,
why even bother with Sam at this point? Just send those things. I could do it.
Let the AI be Captain America.
Yeah, might as well. That's where we're going.
What if in the next movie Sam is just piloting a drone suit?
That would be so funny.
And that's what Captain America is.
Mm-hmm. I mean, that would be like, yeah, it's like that movie. What's the movie that was this? Where it's like fighter pilots, and then there's like an AI that they have to kill. It was like a movie that came out in the 2000s, starred Jessica Biel, Josh Lucas, and Jamie Foxx. And it's called it's got a name that's like a fighter plane word. Whatever it is. They made a movie where they have to fight the AI. And I do think I could see this going in that direction, honestly. Ultron, but a jet or something, and Sam's got to get him. Be pretty cool. But then, Joaquin dies. He gets shot. He should say explodes, falls in the ocean. If you are even concerned for a fucking second, we immediately cut to him with the life jacket on. It's like, okay, he's fine. And then he goes to the hospital, and who to our wandering eyes should appear in the hospital? But a certain guy, a certain Thunderbolt, perhaps himself.
A certain guy making a cameo that makes me really question how Thunderbolt is going to work.
I mean, I think this cameo is okay. Apparently, he was in different scenes of the movie in different drafts, but he wasn't always here. But we learn in here, and this is the first time we've heard this, but I do know this is going to happen. Like, I've heard this about Thunderbolts. He is running for Senate now.
Congress,
excuse me. And I assume from Brooklyn, right? That's where he lives?
I would guess.
Yeah. Now that I think about it, though, I can't remember what he says.
He doesn't say anything.
When doesn't he say, I got to go back to blank? Or does he have to go back to, Indiana? Well, no, because he's not running for president. I'm pretty sure he gives an excuse why he can't be there for the big Ross fight. And it's I have campaign stuff to do. And he says where that would be. But
but I don't remember.
Yeah, who gives a shit? What do you think about this? Bucky is a senator, or could be a senator.
I mean, fine, I guess. In terms of the development of checking in on Bucky, I think it's fine. I don't like the scene because it's the requisite Marvel scene of main character feels like they can't be cool enough to do all the cool stuff. And a guy comes up and tells them, no, you are cool and you can do the cool stuff. And it's supposed to be the inspiring, they've learned and they're growing and now they're going to come back stronger. But they're not learning anything. It's just being told that they're as cool as they think they are. And it's it's meaningless.
See, I do think this one is even maybe worse because in this scene, Bucky explains what one of Sam's reshoot character arcs would have been or something, which is that you are Captain America, protects people, but you show people what they can aspire to be or something like that. And
right. This is
and
one
I'm
of the
like,
moments where the movie is pretending that it's about how he's the normal guy superhero.
Yeah. That is pretty weird. I also love, this is something I feel like Marvel should do more, because I really don't think anybody's doing this in movies now. Bucky gives the big speech and it's like, you're the guy they can aspire to be. You're the real Captain America. And then there's a beat, and then he goes, did I do a good speech? And he's like, just a little bit. I knew I was a little bit too good at this. Like they have to take the air out of it a little bit. It's pretty good. I do like that Bucky says, I love you to Sam, because he's like, Joaquin used to say that to him right before bed every night, and now Joaquin's dead. So someone's got to.
I know things didn't work out between us, but I'm happy for you and Joaquin.
Yeah, it's a very it's a very little past lives scene. That's what this movie should be. Yeah,
I
Sam
would watch the hell out of the past lives movie about Sam, Bucky, and Joaquin.
That would be great. And Joaquin definitely has like that other husband energy from the from past lives. And did your theater, here's a question, did your theater like it when Bucky showed up? Were you like, oh my god, it's Bucky?
My theater was not very full. I feel like that was one of the only things that got some kind of reaction, though.
Yeah, this got a bunch of people in my theater being pretty excited.
Because they remembered when they saw his dick in A Different Man. They're like, it's him.
Or in the Pam and Tommy show.
It's true.
Plenty of Sebastian Peen to go around. And he's a good actor. Like, I do like him. I'm glad he's in Thunderbolts, because that means it'll be a movie with a good actor in it. At least one. Plenty of good actors, it seems like, but at least him.
It's got him, Florence Pugh, David Harbour,
Julia Louis-Dreyfus.
Yeah, like lots of good actors.
Oh, there's plenty of good actors in that one. There's plenty of good actors in this one too, but you would never.
Good point.
Well, there's at least two. There's at least two actors who I'm like, that is a good actor, and some other people who I'm like, they can kind of do this. Like I've always said, I'm still not convinced certain actors are like big giant movie stars, but maybe. I don't know.
Is there something about him that's different from the other people you're thinking of that maybe would lead you to believe that?
No, because I'm not convinced Chris Evans is a big giant movie star either. Like, I think here's the thing. Like, I feel like you've got Robert Downey Jr., obviously big giant movie star, and like Mark Ruffalo, movie star in Mark Ruffalo movies, but like not everybody in these Marvel movies, I feel like, was a can lead your own movie kind of guy, and like can hold down one of these. I think Paul Rudd is in a way that is very strange. And I think Black Panther was for a little bit. But yeah, I'm not convinced Anthony Mackie or Chris Evans were. And that's why they keep having to add more characters to their movies.
What changed that made Black Panther unable to be a guy who leads a movie?
Well, the guy died, and then it turned out to be a different one. I guess Shuri is hashtag not my Black Panther if we want to get really really controversial. Yeah, she's not. I live in an alternate reality where they rightly gave it to M'Baku, who should have been in charge of that the whole time. But we do get one interesting bit of news here that I think is insane. And it's that they're going to give Isaiah Bradley the death penalty.
Yeah.
For what everybody knows is mind control now. Like, this is not even up for debate. Now, does DC have the death penalty? Can't, right?
I don't think it's banned federally. So, and I imagine shooting the president is a federal crime. So he's probably being prosecuted in federal court.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
So I think it is possible for the federal government to seek the death penalty in a case like this.
Bummer. I feel like, do you think, like, I mean, this case is going to take forever, right? There's this weird ticking clock of like, we've got to get to Isaiah before they kill him with the death penalty. It's like, there's no way this is going to be done by this week.
Death penalty cases, like, even besides just regular justice system, death penalty cases have lots of like appeals and checks and safeguard. It takes years to get someone actually executed.
I'm kind of bummed we didn't see this in She-Hulk, though. Someone try to argue against being mind controlled, like, because that must happen a lot in the MCU, and I feel like there's got to be a precedent for like things you do under mind control don't count. I mean, Bucky's like gonna run for Senate now or Congress now, so I feel like we've kind of come full circle on this. Control. Yeah, and he's like admitted to it. It's not even like one of those things that like not even everybody knows it. He'll probably talk about it, and he should maybe go on TV and be like, Isaiah Bradley probably was under mind control, because he really doesn't want to jeopardize his chances with certain demos, so he's not going to stick his neck out for his friend Captain America and Captain America's friend who's on the death penalty. Okay, so Sebastian Stan. DJ, what did you think of Sebastian Stan? Did you love him?
Oh my God, he's so handsome.
Did your theater like him?
My theater was like mostly empty. I'll say this. My theater, just blanket statement, no reaction to anything. When I saw him, I'm like, I knew they were going to do this because they had to. And also, wow, he's handsome. Oh, wouldn't you like to marry him, Ruth? Also, Congressman Barnes? Sure, why not?
And he's got a big dick, which you would know if you watched A Different Man.
And he's got a big penis. And I get, what district does he represent?
I was checking this, or not checking this, but I was like, he has to be Brooklyn, right? Because that's where he's from.
New York, yeah.
Yeah,
he moved.
And
you could
Steve.
be a carpetbagger like that.
Yeah, but like, where did he even live during the Falcon and Winter Soldier? I assume that took place. Well, actually, I guess Sam.
DC, honestly.
Yeah, that makes the most sense.
But they don't have Congresspeople, so we can't be there.
They have that. Well, they have that one person who is a little,
the non-voting delegate. Like, come on.
Yeah.
Would you guys vote for him, the Winter Soldier?
Absolutely. He's so cool.
I don't know. I'd feel like I'd be like, didn't he do all those murders?
Oh, but he was like brainwashed, and it was probably the leader, whatever.
Yeah. He helped us fight Thanos. That would be something I feel like that would come up.
The Wakandans forgive him. We can certainly forgive him.
That's
the
true.
Wakandans, whom he did nothing to, forgave him?
I mean,
yeah, that's true.
They gave him an arm.
I mean, I guess actually he killed the old.
Oh yeah, he fucking killed T'Chaka. Yeah,
he didn't kill T'Chaka.
Yes, he did.
No, he did. Didn't the Zemo killed T'Chaka?
Well,
and
Zemo
framed Bucky
used
for it.
Him to kill him. Yeah.
I don't think he did. I feel like it was just turned out to have been Zemo.
I don't know.
Well, he couldn't have controlled Bucky at that point. He didn't get to him until midway through the movie. We don't see it. Like, there's no scene where Zemo like walks away from the explosion with a little purple hat on, but I'm pretty sure that's how that plays out. But anyway, so yeah, the Wakandans probably who could forgive Bucky? I don't know, that one Japanese guy from the last show, the Falcon Winter Soldier. Sure. Did he forgive Bucky or not? I can't remember. Or did he get mad and then close the door on Bucky? And you're like, no, sucks for Bucky. I guess it was his friend. I don't know, but it doesn't matter because he leaves. He's not in the movie anymore. He's gonna be in Thunderbolts.
Can't wait.
And that's gonna be pretty good. I do want to say because last thing. So we're in the end of the movie. General Ross, still his daughter hates him. And he has to go give a press conference or something. And at the press conference, he gets a bunch of questions because the leader just goes to jail because gives up.
This was wild. There is an article that is made, I guess, immediately saying, "Oh, Samuel Stern said that you're a bad man, Mr. President. What say you?" And he's like, "I'm not gonna respond." And he says it just like that.
The AI probably wrote it or something.
It was very quick. It was a very quick turnaround to a preceding scene with Sam staring down Captain America at the hospital, being like, I must get kidnapped now. It is part of my plan. Yuck, 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 yuck. Then he gets arrested, and then I guess all the news outlets wrote an article, been like, well, this guy's story checks out. We're not going to do background or check our sources or anything. We're just going to roll with it.
I mean, I feel like if the president did that, you would report that Stern said it. You wouldn't necessarily be like, it was true. You'd be like, this guy who we all thought was dead said the president helped him do all this stuff.
Feels like a quick turnaround. You'd probably go to the White House first for comment, right? Like, someone start shouting it at a press event.
DJ, have you not watched The Newsroom? News these days is chaos. They don't even check sources like Will, whatever his name is, Will Avoy Wood or something.
Whatever.
You know? he's a true newsman. Now it's all just AI and stuff. So he's just gonna. I mean, I do feel like if honestly, this is probably how this would go if it turned out Trump was secretly working with, like, I don't know, Osama bin Laden or someone we thought was dead. And like Osama bin Laden came out and was like, I've actually been working with Trump the whole time. People would just start shouting it at him.
Yeah, I guess. I don't put Samuel Stearns on the level of Osama bin Laden, but I'll take your point.
Yeah, I couldn't think of somebody who would like we would recognize by name, but we wouldn't automatically think he's already working with. You know, like they're like, oh, you know, Vladimir Putin. Yeah, no, he's working with him. He's a bad guy. So the end. But Sam's like, oh no, I gotta go save America from President Hulk. President Hulk just beats up a bunch of guys. Do you like that part where they shoot at him in a helicopter? But Sabra very helpfully says, it's drones. Yeah.
Who is this mystery man? No one in this scene acts like they know what a Hulk is.
Yep. Well, doesn't that one woman go, I thought they were green?
Yeah. Something. Oh, for good joke by you, lady.
Yeah.
Maybe go tell those guys to stop shooting at him.
But my point is, Bruce Banner is a beloved public figure who's gotten a handle on like his Hulkness. And everyone knows, all right, so when he first became a Hulk, it was all mindless, emotional, like rage and stuff, and he couldn't control it. But, you know, with time, and he managed to learn to reconcile that part of his personality, got control of himself. And also, he was fucking invincible when he was Hulk. Like, nothing could ever hurt him. So, their immediate reaction to a new Hulk showing up is to fucking shoot him.
I mean, you gotta try, you know? You gotta see if it will work this time.
But also, he's still the president.
Yeah.
What are we doing?
Yeah, we gotta get the 25th Amendment to get closed first. And then we can shoot the president with their missiles. But not before.
I still think you should pause and be like, wait, should we be shooting the president? Like, we know it's not going to work, but we're going to shoot him? Like, yeah, what the fuck?
What if the Hulk managed to, like, eke out, because he doesn't speak, but he does kind of have, like, a little bit of intelligence, enough to be, like, angry at the people he already didn't like. What if he just, like, grunted out, like, unitary executive theory? And everybody has to go, like, you're right, you know, he is the Hulk. I guess we're the Hulk country now. And, you know, they'd all just turn their guns back on the press. I don't know. Whoever the Hulk is fighting at the time.
I have immunity from official acts.
Yeah. Also, I do think there's one thing that is, I mean, there's a lot of things that are crazy in this scene. There's people that are just watching this, but that are not in the press group. That are just like walking by and watch the Hulk, a Red Hulk, destroy the White House.
Yep.
They don't know who this is, right? What do they think is going on? You know, and they're just like, holy shit, the Hulk painted himself red and decided to kill the president who he hated. He doesn't like this guy. And they're like, oh, fuck, that's bad.
Also, the lights are really flashing. It's I'm about to go blind. I feel like a Hulk event, it's been so long now that it should be the thing. It's like, all right, if we ever run into a Hulk situation, these are plans A, B, C, and D.
Yeah.
Not like, what do we do? Like, it's crazy. They're acting like this is the first time there's a Hulk. Tony made suits for this. The White House should be like, oh, get the Hulk gun. Quick, get the Hulk gun. Yeah. Like, even if there's some moral ambiguity, right? Like,
go get the woman who knows that lullaby that Black Widow sang.
Fucking, just start trying shit that isn't this. Like, I can't believe there's no Hulk contingency.
Don't they have some sort of, like, anti-gamma thing that they put on She-Hulk at one point?
Probably
like, arrest her? Yeah. I can't remember, but, like, they should probably get that. I mean, I guess maybe there's just one and it's in She-Hulk's, you know, it's like in San Francisco or whatever. But, yeah, you'd probably have it. It would probably be made here. You know, it'd probably be some fucking plant in Virginia that Sam should fly to get the Hulk collar.
Also, the solution where Sam has, it's like, all right, I guess normal man, I have my cool suit, will fight a Hulk. Not like, all right, how quick can other Hulk get here? Who, like, the fact that he's just like, it's just me. Like, can we contain him? It's like crazy.
Well, actually, hold on a second. I'm looking. My lights are flashing. It landed on characters who should have helped. So I wanted to go over some characters that either could have helped or like maybe would have. Who's like around? Because like you were saying, like you know, Iron Man has fought Hulk before, but he doesn't exist. You know, Wanda probably go up against the Hulk, but she's also dead at this point in the universe. But
maybe.
I just want to go over some characters that should be involved in this for sure. Rhodey, he's an Iron Man. He used to be the vice president up until a couple months ago. You figure he still lives around there. Who else? I mean, Hulk, obviously, but like,
could he jump across wherever he is to get there?
Yeah, he lives in Mexico now, so he's pretty far. At least, like, as far as last movie, he was, or even he could be in space again with his weird son. So it's really hard to pin him down.
Okay.
I was gonna say this one. This seems like something you could call Thor for. You know, he's fought the Hulk before, and he has the Bifrost thing. He could just show up.
Yeah, that's a good one.
And then I was wondering about this. Where's the 10 Rings? You know, they should be involved in the geopolitics thing from earlier, trying to steal vibranium. They'd be pretty good villains in the Serpent Society role, as just like they're trying to get adamantium for some fucking whip or something they're going to give, Shang-Chi or whatever.
No, they have the blueprints to put it in a guy.
Mm-hmm.
Put it in a guy.
If he's reformed and out of prison now, why doesn't Abomination try to do something?
Yeah, Blonsky, get him.
Well, then I'm going to say the main guy that should have been here is fucking Wong. Wong can teleport. He regularly talks to the Hulk and Captain Marvel and the Abomination and Shang-Chi. Why isn't he seeing this on TV and just teleporting at least one of those guys over here? Because with him, everybody's back on the table. And like, I get maybe Doctor Strange is in the Dark Dimension doing some bullshit, but like, Wong seems to be usually on Earth in the Sanctum Sanctorum. And like, yeah, he has so much Hulk experience. Right? Yeah, he's the Sorcerer Supreme. And he's like, you know, he's like kind of a public figure. He'll go to court and like argue for, you know, the Abomination.
Wongers.
Yeah.
It's the whole fucking thing.
Where is he? You know, I don't think that we need Avengers. They need to all have like a beeper or something that they can just get a little notification on and then just go do something. Like,
especially a Hulk level event.
Yeah.
Right. Like,
and you figure like this is on the news, obviously, but like this is on the news enough that I think even if he's watching Sopranos or something, some sorcerer's going to run in and be like, Wong, it's this fucking Hulk thing. You got to go down there now. And he'd be like, oh,
tear Sam Wilson apart. He's not equipped for this.
Yeah.
He's just some fucking guy.
And also, like, I feel like, I mean, we don't really get into it here, but I imagine there's some sort of spell or something, right? That could like put him to sleep.
Yeah.
You know, you can put him in the mirror dimension. He can't get out.
Yeah.
He's in.
Yeah, just a quick.
A lot of refugees in there now, like we said, but.
Is all you need to take care of a Hulk situation.
Yeah. Probably pretty low wisdom. Probably fails that check every time.
You know who else would be real helpful for something like this? A Skrull that could transform into Betty and just pretend to be Betty for a little bit, you know? And they're just living among us.
Too bad we deported them all, Nando.
Yeah, they're also in the shadow dimension. Sucks. Yeah, it's just so many characters.
Well, given that they only have Sam Wilson, how do they solve their little Hulk problem?
So two things that are new. Captain America can just throw his fucking wing blades at guys now, like Archangel tends to do in the X-Men when he becomes metal. He's got an infinite number of them too, because by the end of the fight, he's thrown a lot of them and doesn't appear to be missing any. But yeah, he just fights him, takes him to the cherry blossoms because he loves his daughter so much. And he's like, I'll trick him into thinking he loves his daughter. And then he'll feel bad and stuff. Give him a little speech. And speaking of a little speech, standing up. That one shot. Let's talk about that one shot, you know? That was bad. You know what I'm talking about?
Oh, the shirtless one? More specific.
The one shot in the movie where it's like really ugly green screen, like way worse than anything else. Because there have been some shots where I'm like, yeah, that, like with Giancarlo Esposito, you're like, yeah, they're on a set somewhere. And, you know, but this one is the one where Captain America is talking to the Hulk in what is a scene I imagine they shot a couple of days before this movie went live, where he's like, you got to be a better person. You got to believe in your daughter, whatever. And the green screen looks absolutely terrible. Neither of you caught this specific. This was so bad.
Did I fall asleep out by then?
Did I fall asleep at this part? It's hard to remember.
You gotta have been awake for the Hulk stuff, right? Did you?
Yeah, no, I fell asleep during the West Virginia stuff. That's the part. During.
No, this is different. And I think I feel like this scene will be a lot of YouTube thumbnails once this movie comes out on VOD.
Yeah, big red circle, arrows, like.
Yeah. Marvel CGI question mark. Yeah.
More coffee cups.
But yeah, what did you think of the fight scene in general? Was it like?
It sucked, man.
I didn't mind it. I thought it was okay.
I don't know. I don't think there's anything cool to do with the Hulk fight anymore, especially, I don't know. And you know what? Actually, how's the problem? Maybe it wasn't the fight scenes were like bad, like they were probably fine, but I was so oversaturated because it was all the fucking trailers. How many times do I have to watch him cut through a fucking car? Like,
it's pretty cool.
Or what about when he catches that shield, guys? Wasn't that pretty cool?
Whoa!
And throws it to the ground.
No one does that anymore.
Oh yeah. How about that time when he picks up a flagpole and tries to use it to cut a bunch of guys' heads off, and Captain America, with his body, grabs it and pushes it away, and
is able to. He's a little jet.
Yeah, but there's something going on, I feel like, between the jet and the pole that should just smush, right? Like, he doesn't have a big metal suit on. His arms aren't even connected to the suit anymore, right? He's like short sleeves now.
He has like a little backpack kind of thing. He's got the jets.
Yeah. I think if you gave one of the drones it, maybe that could help. I mean, it still shouldn't be able to stop it, but definitely not him.
His arms just go, oh God, no.
Yeah.
I should have taken the serum. God damn it.
Splits him right in half. And like, yeah, the movie just keeps forgetting he didn't take the serum, and he's, he's fine. Also, I feel like, and I said this like a while ago, it's so annoying that like, we got this scene that we were setting up where it's like, well, it would be cool to see, because when this came out on the internet and like people saw like the very beginnings of this fight scene in that trailer, like, how is Sam going to fight a Red Hulk? And it's like, I don't know. It's going to be hard for him because he's just a guy with some wings, but his wings also could turn into a big giant shield, and he can launch two wings into being lasers, and they can cut shit in half. And like, it's like he can take many punches from the Hulk. He even beats the Hulk in a fight, basically. He doesn't kill him, but he supercharges one of the wings that's on his own body, slashes it into the Hulk, blasts the Hulk far enough away that it like really hits the Hulk, and then he gets up like Bugs Bunny just plugged his, shotgun, and the black got all over his face. It's like, whoa. Like, Captain America, yeah, I think maybe vibranium's a metal that if you're just exposed to it enough from like having the shield, you just get some properties of it.
Maybe. He's a little vibranium skin.
Yeah, and it's great. And yeah, so the other big question here: what happens now with the Red Hulk? General Ross goes to the raft or whatever. President Ross technically
anymore, I guess.
Yeah, but you still have to call him that, right? Like,
sounds like he resigned,
but like
he did resign. Yeah,
he didn't have to resign. Do you think he gets impeached? I don't think so. I don't think he gets impeached.
I mean,
I don't know. It depends if he's a Republican or not.
Yeah, it's tough because, like, would you impeach him for being a Red Hulk? No. Would you impeach him for secretly working with the leader for years and years and almost starting a war with Japan because you didn't want to tell anybody about it? Maybe. But also, yeah, in this day and age, I don't know. This is why we need senators like Bucky with some conviction.
Yeah.
Instead of, but you know what sucks is Bucky's running against some fucking super, like, he'd have to primary some Pelosi Republican or Democrat or something, so he's not going to make it. Listen, he's done, baby.
If I'm Ross, I don't resign. You got to impeach me. I have presidential immunity and official acts. As far as I'm concerned, this is all official acts. I can't be sued. My Justice Department probably doesn't sue me. No special counsel. I think I'm good.
It's not illegal to turn into a Hulk.
No.
It's illegal to shoot at a guy, though, even if he's a Hulk, and then Hulk is just protecting himself. Castle Doctrine, baby. He's got to protect the White House by destroying it.
Novel legal theory. The president did do all the destruction. The Hulk did. The Hulk is a different person from the president of the United States. Novel legal theory. There we go.
But then we can 25th Amendment him because he wasn't the president. He didn't exist for a couple of minutes or something. But then the thing is, okay, so his vice president, I guess, is now the president or something?
Yeah, that works. Yeah.
I looked this up. Do you know what happens with the vice president's seat? Like when the vice president ascends?
The new president can nominate one that has to be approved by Congress.
It's that. So it just gets to be a new person. And I'm pretty sure based on the trailer for Thunderbolts, it's Julia Louis-Dreyfus. If you pay attention to one of the scenes she's in, she's got like a seal near her that has the vice presidential seal on it or something. I know, they beeped her again. Poor Selena. Yeah. Came full circle. I mean, we'll see eventually, but it does seem like that might be it. And honestly, at that point, I'm like, fuck it. Let's get the CIA, guy. She's probably working with the leader too, but at least she's not dumb enough to get tricked by him. Like, she seems like she's got her head on her shoulders. This is pretty good. What do you guys think of the post-credit scene?
Wait, there's one more big thing. We forgot the one big reveal.
Oh, what was that?
She's back.
Oh, yeah, Betty.
They dug her up.
Yeah.
Hey,
they did.
I got a really fundamental question. Why the fuck wasn't she there to turn Hulk back into Thaddeus Ross? Why was she here later for a scene that doesn't really matter?
Well, probably she was not in DC, and this happened very fast. And
also, I mean, like, it definitely does feel like that would be what the movie would be, right? And that would be why, like, Wong portals in, and Sam's like, "I'll distract the Hulk. You gotta find her or something and bring her to this. It's the only way we're gonna end this fight." Which I think is what they do in the first Hulk movie from like 2003 or whatever.
We couldn't do it that way because it's very important. We have to pretend this is a Captain America movie.
Right.
Which means he needs to be involved in the climax somehow. Now, he has nothing to do with the character of Thunderbolt Ross, who is the only character who actually has something approaching a character arc in the
entire movie. He has a character arc, yeah.
Kind of. So he has to be involved in the catharsis of Ross's character arc because it's the only one. So even though it would make more sense for it to be his daughter, in order to prop up the illusion that this is a Captain America movie, it's got to be Sam.
I love it.
I think Ruth has an arc too. I think her arc is wanting to fuck Bucky.
Ooh,
that's something.
Good arc.
She kind of gets a personality for a second.
Yeah.
What'd you think of Liv Tyler? She was in it. She
sure was.
Yep. I hope she got a nice big check.
Yeah, I'm never going to say no to Liv Tyler.
They just got to find. I guess they'll bring back Edward Norton for Secret Wars.
That'd be so funny.
Be their plan, I imagine.
Yeah. Right? There's no way he would do it.
You don't think so, even for all the money?
Well, now that you mention it, the money actually sounds pretty good. I think he might. It depends on how much money, but
I think they'll do anything to get every single person back. Nick Cage, right?
Nick Cage. I don't think you can just get Nick Cage in a movie by paying him. There needs to be script approval and stuff like that.
Hey, he is more selective now that he doesn't have massive debts.
Yeah. He is that before or after that kung fu movie we watched where he does kung fu against an alien or something? What was that called?
Jiu-Jitsu.
That's what it was.
An incredible film.
Yeah, man, that was pandemic.
One of those.
But yeah, the post-credit scene. Yeah, so this was.
Shouldn't exist.
I think it might be the worst one.
I agree. I thought that too. Leaving the theater. And, that kind of reaction. Everyone was mad at that. Everyone's mumbling under the breath, like, what the fuck? Like, everyone's mad leaving.
The old men who one of them was like didn't want a new Jurassic Park when that was over. That same guy turned to his friend and was like, "Well, that was worth 30 minutes of my life."
Fucking love these guys. Statler and Waldorf of your fucking theater, man. Holy
they were pretty good. They were pretty good, honestly.
I can't even remember what he says.
I've so stupid. The probabilities. You think you're the only ones. What will you do when you have to fight the others?
Yeah. Hey, leader, I have a question for you. What the fuck are you talking about? Leader, what do you mean? I've seen the probabilities. There's going to be fucking weirdos from another dimension going to come here and try to fuck your shit up. Like, what are you talking about? How could you possibly know that? You can't derive knowledge from nothing.
Probabilities.
No, you've seen the probabilities.
I've derived a probability that there's other dimensions and that they're coming to fuck our shit up is at 95%. He sounds like fucking a tech CEO in Silicon Valley. Like, AI is going to try to kill all of us in 5 years, so we've got to build my cool AI that won't kill us. Like, everything you just said is stupid.
Maybe when the leader takes ketamine, it does some shit. Like,
that is a ketamine brain.
He's on ketamine.
Yeah.
Like, for real.
I mean, maybe the leader wasn't talking about that. Maybe he's talking about something else. Maybe the leader is warning Sam. See, this is tough because this is definitely besides that one scene that takes place in front of a green screen. This is definitely the last thing they shot. But if it wasn't, I'd be like, maybe the leader's seen that there's going to be reshoots. And he's like warning Sam, like, you think you're the only one? There'll be others. It'll all happen again.
Oh my God.
Watch out for extra yous and extra me. My head will be different.
Yeah, we tried so
Your hair will
many
belong to her. It's pretty similar. So
this one tested the. I know Nando used that joke, but seriously,
they really did. Yeah, they did all the dials. Yeah, and then the movie ends, and you know what else is weird? You know what's really fucking weird? This is weird. And I said this in my video, but I need to say it again because it's so weird to me. Did you see the day before the movie came out? Anthony Mackie went and did an interview and said we have Kendrick Lamar doing the theme song for our Captain America movie. Yeah. What? And I was like, that seems like something you'd say a year ago. Like that's news, especially considering he did the Black Panther soundtracks. Like he would be, it would be something you would have a whole big
deal. Won a Grammy. That album won a Grammy.
Oh yeah, it was good. He did one of the songs in the Super Bowl and it was like, oh yeah, that's like Black Panther. But what it seems like he was referring to is they used a very old Kendrick Lamar song in the credits for this movie. It was like the song "I" off of I think Pimp a Butterfly. Yeah, which is a fun song. They do the same exact shit as they did in Falcon and Winter Soldier, where they play a real fun upbeat song to try to trick you into thinking that's what the rest of this was like, but it's not. It's just different. But like it'd be like that would be fun if it was like that. And it's just such a weird. They gotta have guys that say don't promise a Kendrick Lamar song out of nowhere. Like, but I don't know. I did check the Kendrick Lamar subreddit and people were upset because they felt lied to. But maybe his rap just didn't make any sense. Maybe it referenced, Seth Rollins and the plot points that are since long gone.
He made one of those like summarizing the movie raps that we used to have at the end of 90s movies, but it was based on like 3 versions ago.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, your rhymes are flat, like the leader's big flat head. And then it's like, fuck, it's not flat anymore. It's a big bunch of bubbles or something, so we can't do it. It would have been funny though if someone was a pedophile. We got to call him out finally. Or if they use this as another opportunity to get Drake, just like the Red Hulk. The Red Hulk is big and strong, and you know who sucks? Drake. He's the guy who can't even do any stuff. Hates it. But yeah, anyway, that's the movie. Captain America Brave New World. It made a lot of money. Not like an insane amount, but like more than you would expect.
They did enough to be profitable.
Yeah. Seems like that's Harrison Ford. That's gotta be it, right?
Yep,
like
that's his.
He's just such a star.
We all love him.
It was nice to see him on like the publicity circuit.
Yeah.
Pretty sure he said Greedo shot first. In an interview, so that was cute.
Nice.
Which is the wrong answer, but fun that he's involved, and yeah, it's really good. The next one of these is Thunderbolts. This is a bad one, but then that one will be good. So we'll all be on that other side of the roller coaster of Marvel's back, baby. Very excited, but for now, Marvel's dead.
We're so back. Yeah. It's so over, etc.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But until then, do you guys want to get to our classic segment?
Yeah, let's do it.
I would love that.
All right, DJ, what do you got?
Yeah, I'll go quick because I know we're running long here. New season of Love Is Blind.
Yes, that's when.
Needless to say, it's great, but I don't need to go into that. I'll probably give more when I know it, and I don't want to get over my skis in case one of the guys or girls, let's be honest, guys, turns out to be like a murderer or sex pest or something.
It's happened before.
Yeah, it happened last season, so let's just like put a pin in that. I did watch a movie. I watched a little, and Diggins probably wrecked this already. I watched a little movie called Anora.
I absolutely did.
Yeah,
Nando has also.
Have I? I don't think I have.
Oh, look at that.
I did watch it, but maybe I have. I like it. It's a good movie.
I like it too. Not gonna get into all the weeds because it's been recommended before, but I will say I've been poking around in a couple of like the Oscar movies, and like obviously like Wicked's very fun, and Dune is good if you like that stuff. But this movie's quite fun and like silly but serious. It like strikes those tones very well. I was very captivated by it. It's paced very well. The acting is like very good. My favorite character is Igor. He's the best. I want to marry him. I love him so much. Yeah, it's a cool, fun little romp. And I like, oh, but those like tour movies at Cannes, those aren't for me. I'm like, I think this movie's very approachable. And I think you know, it's very flashy at first, but I think overall this movie is approachable while still being deep. I think it strikes a great tone. It's not going to win Best Picture because we're not in the cool verse, but like it would be so cool if it won.
Impossible.
I guess it's not impossible. It's just so fucking weird. I love it. But yeah,
it's almost like art movies are good.
Oh my God, I know, right? But we'll see. I'm probably gonna still watch like The Substance. And I watched Nickel Boys and I liked it. I just have nothing to say about it besides that I liked it. So yeah,
I have to watch that one still.
Wait, you still don't watch The Substance?
I know I need to.
Oh, you got that's like the most popular. Well, not the most popular one, but that's one of the popular.
Definitely not
ones.
the most popular.
Michelle's theory is like, she said, well, I really want to watch that one, so I want to save it because that's what I really want to watch. So let me like have that be the carrot at the end of the road or whatever. So that's why we're holding off on The Substance, but we are going to watch it for sure. But so yeah, check out Anora. It's on $6, whatever the thing you rent it, YouTube, Amazon Prime, whatever. It's $6. It's $6. Diggins, what about you?
I'm going to go real quick through 3 things I got here. I watched 2 movies and a TV show. First movie, a Japanese movie called Wild Zero. It is a movie starring the real-life band Guitar Wolf.
Okay.
Although they're sort of the main characters, but they're sort of not. It's a like really cheaply made, really ridiculous movie about this band and a big fan of theirs getting caught up in a zombie apocalypse that's also maybe aliens. I don't know.
Oh.
It's never really clear. And it's a very big, ridiculous, cheesy movie with, I mean, the makeup and effects are not bad for the fact that they seem to have cost $100 total.
I fucking love that.
So it's just a very like fun, silly movie if you enjoy just like cheesy, like Japanese action stuff. Like if you like, you know, your Power Rangers kind of thing. It's not very similar to that in content, but in terms of tone of like really silly Japanese action, it's somewhat like that. Second movie, I watched the latest from director Josh Rubin, who you may know from a bunch of Dropout stuff. He's one of the Noise Boys. So I watched his movie Heart Eyes, which is a sort of romantic comedy slasher horror film, which I found very fun. Like it's not as subversive as you might think. Like the romantic comedy part of it is honestly very sincere, but there's still a lot of like jokes based around like the slasherness of it, and like it's very like over the top gory and like silly in that way. So overall I enjoyed it. I think I liked Werewolves Within more of his movies, but I still think it's worth seeing. And then finally, Yellowjackets is back, baby!
Nice. Yeah.
First 2 episodes, I think first 3 by the time you're listening to this, are out. That show rules. Everyone on it sucks so bad. They're the worst, and I love them.
Nice.
Can't get enough of these people being complete pieces of shit.
Wow.
So yeah, I've talked about Yellowjackets a bunch before. If you haven't heard me, it's a really fun, like kind of surrealist psychological horror sort of thing about girls trapped in the wilderness and also their present selves as adults getting sort of like facing some of the consequences of all the stuff they went through back then. It's really twisty and fun and has like a bunch of like mystery elements to it, and I like it a lot. What about you, Nando? Do you have anything to rec?
Yeah, a couple things. I watched, speaking of the Yellowjackets, I watched a movie with Sophie Thatcher that Diggins has already recommended called Companion because it hit VOD inexplicably within like 2 weeks of being released in theaters. A little bit longer than that, but still way too fast. And I really liked it. I think it was a lot of fun, kind of what I expected in terms of like the vibe. And yeah, I think I don't want to say like anything specific about it, but I will say like, vibe-wise, I would compare it to something like The Menu, where it's saying things and it's got like a tone that is somewhat saying like the saying things of it. It's about something, but also it is fun. And yeah, it's one of those movies where you just tell the actors are just having a lot of fun. I also watched the first episode of the new season of White Lotus, which takes place in somewhere. Thailand, maybe? I don't know. It's, interesting. I've got theories on what's actually happening and like kind of what, and I'm not saying like, cause like, well, they do set up a bunch of mysteries, but also it's just like, what are we doing here? What's this about? Obviously also Severance is great. And continues to be great. I did watch a movie that we might talk about next week. And I reviewed it. So if anybody wants to see what I thought about it, that's on my Letterboxd. And then I would say last thing, I didn't realize this until last night. I think I'm a couple days late. One of the new updates for the Hades Alpha came out, Hades 2.
Oh, okay.
So they got a lot of there's new boons, new characters, new like levels, and at least one like area that I've at least seen. And which is most exciting, I watched the trailer because I was just like, what is it? Is this worth my time? And I heard that they all had voices, and I was like, oh, nice. This one has voices. And then I realized I had just turned the voices off. So for me, I probably had been missing voice acting in Hades 2 the whole time. And wow. I feel like I really missed out. Like I didn't know that certain characters have, accents and stuff that makes them kind of fun. So that was that. But still a great game. I feel like it's probably pretty close to coming out. Feels like they're almost done. So when that comes out, I definitely would recommend people play that and stuff. And then yeah, those are the big ones. I'm sure there's other shows and comics and stuff, but let's stick with that for now. What are we doing next week, fellas?
Good question.
Don't know.
I think it's gorge time. I think we got to gorge ourselves. Speaking of Anya Taylor-Joy, speaking of the menu, and speaking of mysteries, what's in the gorge, you guys? Did either of you know what's in the gorge?
Friends we made along the way, something like that.
I don't know.
Maybe maybe something else. So it's a really dumb movie, but I watched it because this title is so dumb, and I had a good time. Nice. And yeah, it felt like a very pod movie. Anything to plug, DJ?
Roses and Rejections. I actually want to give a shout out. Michelle was on the Anime Pop podcast in the Pop Break feed. If you listen to Roses and Rejections in that same feed, you'll see Anime Pop there. Would encourage everyone to listen. Covered some anime called My Happy Marriage or something. I don't know, but I listened. Sound fun.
She was like, it was a good escape to go to such a different thing from my life.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, I don't even know if that's what it's about or if it's like a weird facetious or anime title. But anyway, check out our stuff, Roses and Rejections and Anime Pop. Michelle was on that. Great listen. Check all that out on the Pop Break podcast feed. Diggins, what about you?
Yeah, I looked it up. Apparently that show is about schoolgirls playing hockey. So,
okay.
Yeah, not even close, DJ. Not even close.
Sorry, I looked up what it actually is, and actually is wildly different.
Do they wear their schoolgirl outfits when they play hockey, or do they have different hockey outfits they change it to?
They have psychic powers. I don't have anything to plug. What about you, Nando?
Videos and stuff. I've got my, you know what? I have my, Pets in the MCU video on Nebula. That'll probably be on YouTube soon. And that means the next video will come on Nebula, which is one that I've been waiting until this movie comes out to do, which is who have been the presidents in the MCU and what were all of their, terms like. How did it go? The answer is almost really, terrible for almost all of them. But some are worse than others. Ross's at least was quick, so can't complain about that.
But not the shortest ever.
Nope.
Not the shortest ever. Nope. He, and you know what? Maybe he'll get elected
Henry
again.
Harrison by a couple months.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And didn't die of pneumonia, so yeah.
Yeah, he died of pneumonia. Yeah.
Yeah. It was like 1792, so there was no shot.
The first U.S. presidential election ever. That's right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, probably. Whatever.
Under this Constitution. Technically, there were others before.
You know what? Based on the school books and stuff, that's true. DJ decided it, so we just reset everything. Yeah. So that video will be out, and then other ones. I have videos. I have a video of the Spider-Man show that kicks ass. The cartoon Spider-Man show, and just like how good that is. I also have a new X-Men casting video of just some new people that have been thrown in the mix for potentially Storms and Rogues and what's not. So those will be on YouTube eventually, and then who knows what else. But those are all Nando V movies in the Nando cut. Until next week, I've been at Nando V Movies on Bluesky.
I'm at Zippy by Day on Bluesky.
I'm at C Diggins on Bluesky.
That's all I got. Goodbye, everybody. Goodbye.
See ya.
Bye.